Alrighty, hello everybody. Happy Saturday. Hope y'all are doing well. I'm back once again with some more Elden Ring. We're going to continue the Consumables only DLC playthrough today. I thought about playing Cryptmaster because I don't know that we'll have like a lot of time for today's stream or not. It might be a little bit on the shorter side. Not like super short, but I have still a lot of work I got to get done this weekend. But I don't know. I kind of felt a little bit more like playing this, especially since with Cryptmaster, I don't really know how much time I'll need to kind of get going with some of it. So we will be continuing that playthrough, but might wait for just a little bit yet. Anyway, let's see. So last time we played, we had just kind of gotten this off the ground in the DLC because this is again a consumables only playthrough or a continuation of one that I completed months ago in the base game where we did all bosses and everything like that with nothing but consumables, no spells or anything, including for buffs. And so last stream I put this character into the DLC and we ran around collecting a whole bunch of shit. And we fought a couple of things, most notably the Erdtree avatar here at the end. But I think that's the only like big boss that we've killed. Speaking of which, I should maybe just start marking some things so I don't forget what I've done. Where else have I been that I've actually like killed anything in particular? I guess we must have done the Dragon Man because we've been, or no, actually we have not. We have not killed Ancient Dragon Man. We didn't do Rivermouth Cave yet. I know some of these locations I've just been to and gotten the grace so I could come back later, but I don't think I've actually done much of anything in the way of boss fights. In fact, it might even literally just be the Erdtree avatars. For some reason I was thinking I might have killed something else too, but that might literally have been it. Just for fun. Because we're already at like a decently high Erdtree blessing. We're at 11 already, and that's just from running around collecting fragments. We have not really been fighting anything. So yeah, I guess we can just kind of get started with the normal thing here. We've been to a lot of like these little minor locations already just to collect some things. Again, namely fragments, but we haven't really fought anything. So the time has come more or less to finish collecting whatever it is we want to collect, but otherwise start fighting more stuff. I think. Because we can get up to at least level 16, I think, without having to fight a single boss. And I guess one of the only potential downsides to doing things the way that I did at the start, especially not collecting all of the 38 you can get without fighting something, is now I'm not 100% sure which ones I've gotten. I guess technically we did do this forge. There's no boss there, but we might as well mark it as completed. But yeah, so aside from that, I know that I want to go to the other forge to get the hefty volcano pot recipe. I believe that's this one here. And then I need to go to the Bellarat jail so we can get some more hefty cracked pots there. The frozen or freezing hefty freezing pot recipe, and also the great jar that we can wear to make all of our jars better, or pot throwing pots better. Other than that, it's not really a ton. Let's see. We did get this Erdtree fragment there. I know there's one in the Jagged Peak we can get yet. There's 3 we can get in the Abyssal Woods. There's also another 2 down here. Make that 3 actually, technically, if you include up here. So that would be 7 total that we can get relatively easily. Although that does include 1 boss fight in there with Jory, at least. Just trying to think if there's any others I would need to get, or could otherwise get, that don't involve specifically killing Gale for the 5 that are up there. Because we will get those, but I haven't done it yet. I know I must have gotten that one. Let's see, if we were to get those 7, where would that even put us? I guess we don't have any right now, so that would get us 2 more levels up to 13, plus 1 additional fragment, but that wouldn't be all the 38 that we can potentially get, so I'm just still trying to determine which other ones we're missing. So I'm coming up with a little bit of a blank at the moment, unless I did my math wrong here initially, but I'm pretty sure you can get up to 38 of them. So you got 2 at the church there, plus 1. 3 on the way to that. So that's 6, and then there was the 1 in the mountain I just said, that's 7. Oh yeah, there's 8, if you include the one at the hippopotamus there. Charo's hidden grave. You would need 9 total to get that last one, so I'm like missing one somewhere that I'm forgetting about, I think. We got the one in Castle Ensis, I think. Yeah, we did. We got the ones at the church, we got the one over here. I think I got all the ones at the Morth Ruins and the little camp over here. And the one up there for sure. Hang on 1 second. Alright, I'm back. Sorry about that. Had to let my dog out because my roommate just got back from running an errand. I'm not really sure which other one that it is that I'm missing. But even so, that would only get you to 15. Maybe 15 is the number I'm thinking of and not 16. I forget. It's at least like level 15 actually, so whichever one it is that I'm forgetting about, unless again that I've just straight up miscounted one previously, which is possible. We should at the very least be able to get to 14 for sure, and then 15 if I can figure out where that one last one is that I don't have, if I can still get it. So I'm not sure. I guess. Oh, that's right. Yeah, we can. I guess technically, yeah, we can go into the ancient ruins of Rao and get another like 3 there or 4. So that must be what it is that I'm thinking of. Because if you go up through the church district, you can drop down into the specimen storehouse and come this way without actually fighting the hippo, so that does give you that option. But I don't know if we'll go to that extent. I do want to get like lots of upgrades before we try killing too many bosses, because obviously using just consumables puts us at a little bit of a disadvantage, but it's not like too bad. But even so, we just want to have any sort of damage advantages that we can get. And really you want to get up to level 12 at the very least, because that's the point. That's the last level where you're getting like a significant upgrade from Erdtree fragments. At least in the way that it's currently balanced, in case they patch it again. But because you get something like the first several levels are like 10% or more increases to like your attack power and damage negation, whereas the later ones, particularly after 12, they drop all the way down to like a 2.5% increase or something like that. It still means that the last levels, like all the way up to 20, still get you like combined like an additional 20%. So it is still worthwhile, but it's not like the increments become a lot smaller. So uh, while it is worth getting to max, you just want to at least make sure you get to 12 initially, and otherwise just for the biggest amount of upgrades that you can get quickly. So it would be good to get at least level 12 before we do anything significant, which would mean collecting 3 more. So I'm just trying to think about what 3 we could get without specifically fighting anything big. We could go back through the church district and just go up and then work our way down through the specimen storehouse. I don't remember for sure if you can actually come out into the plaza from there. If you can, then we can actually get down into this area and just collect the 3 from here. If not, we can definitely get out this way and collect some from here. There is a hippo there. It's not a boss technically, but we can kill the hippo. And then there's 2 there's like one pot wielding Shadow of the Dead that has one, I think, and then there's like another 1 or 2 just kind of laying around in some spots, but they're a little bit more annoying to get. So the question is, which way do I ultimately want to go? And again, if we go down here, then further we can also go down through Darklight and get, of course, the stuff in the Abyssal Woods, but that's a little bit more of its own thing, especially since we have to kill Jory in order to get there. The other thing about that too is that we won't be killing any of the aging untouchables in the woods. We're gonna have to just sneak by them because we're not gonna be able to parry them, so we're gonna have to kind of just go by. He also patched the also, how's it going, Shadok? Good to see you. Hope you're having a good Saturday. Hope you had a good week as well. They patched the fragments, so the end total of 20 blessings is higher than it was too, beyond the scaling adjustments for the lower blessings. Oh, nice. Okay. I mean, I still figured either way that getting to level 20 would still be worthwhile. It's just, if nothing else, you at least wanted those first 12 for the big bonuses before you do anything like super significant. If you're trying to just like run around and collect shit. And we can definitely get to 11 easily, since that's what I did without having to really fight anything or go through any more particularly big obstacles. But I guess if we want to just at least get another 3, we should go to the church. Yeah, we should go back to the church district and make our way up. And then see, by going down through the specimen storehouse, we can just see what we can get. Not a huge increase for the total, but it's still higher. Yeah, I mean, either way, like I said, it's still worthwhile, right? You know. So, but it's cool if they increased it further. All right. For now, I will probably come back and kill everything here too. But at the moment, we're gonna ignore anything big here right now because we're still not quite in boss killing territory or big enemy killing territory just yet. I want to get to where we're going first. And once we get at least to level 12, then we can go start collecting some other stuff and kind of do things a little bit more naturally, because I want to get the Great Jar and some more hefty crackpots and all that kind of shit from the Bellerat jail. Need to go do the other forge for the one recipe. Hefty volcano pots. Wait, I was supposed to go out the other one, wasn't I? Let's see where this guy actually patrols to, because I don't know if he just comes back here. I've never really paid attention to it. I'm just curious. I did do a little bit of farming off stream, like early in the week. I collected some extra river rocks, not tons. I have like 79 at the moment. Sorry, round rock, I mean. Hey, Sass, how's it going? Good to see you. Hope you're having a good weekend so far. He just turns around. And Anna. Howdy, howdy. Good to see you. Hope you're having a good weekend as well, and I hope everybody had a good week. It's been a very busy one for me, and I will just reiterate, I might do a little bit of a shorter stream today. We'll see how things go. I'm expecting to get hit with a bunch of work requests kind of in the middle of the stream, so I won't try to do anything other than maybe answer a simple question if that comes up. But it is the weekend, so I'm hoping to not get pelted with a lot, but we're like a week away from being 100% finished, so we're just trying to get stuff done. Apparently I did not. I should have come up here before to get this, honestly, but and then I think we will save the rest of Specimen Storehouse and all that in Shadowkeep for later, rather than try to do any of it now. My main thing is that I just want to come through. For what that was. How's the volume, by the way? Is it loud, or is it just loud for me? I guess maybe I just have it turned up a little bit too high in my headphones. My Fat Roll build is crazy easy to play, at least in base game, so I breezed up to the DLC today. Everything just died to Mimic Tier without me attacking at all. Nice. Yeah, I don't think you'll struggle that much in the DLC. Maybe with a couple of things, but most of the DLC should be relatively easy with that build, I would think. Even more so if you're using like a big shield or anything like that. You can still block stuff pretty easily in the entirety of Elden Ring. Like, as much as people assume the game to be really hard, like if you're not gonna block, then you know, things are obviously gonna be more difficult. Damn it. I heard somebody. Crystal Dart's still not necessarily going crazy on power here, but they're getting the job done for the most part, but I still think Volcano Pots are likely going to be better for some shit. Of course, these guys just don't take a lot of damage in general, I guess. So the thing I want to quickly find out before we go further that way is whether or not you can actually fully go backwards from this, because it's not something I ever tried. Because I just don't know if you can open the door down here from the back. I feel like you should be able to, but I don't know for sure, since you can get in this way. Oh, that's right. This is just, there's not even a closed door on this side, it's just open. Never mind. Ooh. Okay. Some of these guys are definitely going to be on the tanky side, and this is why I want to get, like, why I've been trying to get so many upgrades, because we're already at 11, and I'm still not doing, like, a crazy amount of these dudes. Fellers, I'm just gonna run by you here. Fucking, oh my god, the fucking bloodstain. Sometimes, man, playing online is so annoying. Well, since we can go this way, this means we don't necessarily have to go in the other direction, which is good. Because in this way we can get 3 pretty easily. It will require fighting some hippos, and then another 3 in the Abyssal Woods pretty easily. So that's 2 more levels right there. Okay. I've unlocked another camp slot, so I've been playing Fallout 76 the last couple of days, but I should really get back into Elden Ring. Cool. I think, obviously it's not going anywhere, and, you know, chances are they'll keep patching Elden Ring here and there, so Golden Vow item is hopefully going to help. I think it will be of some benefit, because I'm pretty sure it does the Ash of War version of Golden Vow, so it's not as strong as the incantation one, but it's still good. And since I couldn't use that at all in the base game challenge, since I was using specifically not that, I feel like it won't be quite as bad. Now this could be an interesting one. I am curious about, like, killing furnace golems. I think for now we'll try to skip these guys. We don't really need to go into the ruins of Unte for any reason. Collecting some extra furnace visages around here wouldn't be a bad idea, but I don't really want to fight the big one over there right now. So we're just gonna go past him. Come back later. Well, if I can get past him anyway. Otherwise, we're going to have to figure out a way to fight him with consumables, which I imagine we should be able to do, but the question is, you know, the exact nature of how their stance breaks work. Because, again, I think doing the initial leg breaks are, like, depends more on, like, how you're hitting them, or even just the amount of hits you do, rather than specifically how much stance damage you're doing. But then for the third hit, it might actually be stance damage, in which case I would have to use, like, hefty rock pots and shit like that to really have any chance. Yeah, the ones that I can throw stuff into their heads won't be a problem, but the others will be a little bit more of an issue, unless I can either find a place to throw a pot into their head. That is something that would be neat, to be, like, to find, like, a good furnace pot cheese for every single golem in the game, but there isn't really necessarily a place for all of them, or really any of them that aren't the ones you're meant to do that. There might be. I just don't specifically know if there's like a good spot to do it from with some of them. Like if you could throw those hefty furnace pots over an extremely long distance, I could see getting up on like one of the cliff sides, for example. Like, so that guy is here, and I don't know that you'd really be able to aim from all the way, since you can't get up to this plateau, but you can get from over here. I don't think you'd be able to hit him from anywhere like over here. But if maybe you could somehow lure him this way a little bit, or wait for him to patrol this way a little bit, and then throw one from way up here, you might be able to get it to work. And then, yeah, the ruins, I think if he doesn't leash too far away, because I don't know where he leashes, you might be able to get him close enough to the ruins for that to work too. Depending on how tall they are. Well, I think you would be able to, at least if you can get up to the top, or at least potentially with Torrent's help, get on top of the main treasure room at the top. You should be able to at least angle one in if it's not already like kind of tall enough. Especially if you wait for certain attacks. But yeah, it would probably be a little difficult. And then let's see, the one in the camp here, if you could maybe, you know, even if you just use it by quitting out or something, if you could get this furnace golem to somehow be down here while you're up on this plateau, or possibly up here, you might be able to throw downwards enough to hit inside. I'm trying to think. The ones here and in Charo's Hidden Grave are the ones that are designed already to work that way, so those aren't a problem. So really, unless I'm forgetting, oh yeah, there's the one down here. This one I'm not too sure about. I'm not sure if there's any like good spot to do it from, unless actually, you know what, maybe you can. He does patrol a pretty good ways up the river here. You might be able to lure him further back to one of the higher up points in the waterfall and throw from up there. So yeah, really it's just these ones here, and if you could cheese your way up on top of the ruins of Unte, I could see you doing it, but it would be a little tricky for sure, because it's pretty hard to get much higher up than like the wall there. And it used to be the area over there where you pick up the item on the balcony and you're meant to throw a pot into the inert one there to activate it. That one used to be somehow high enough to be able to throw into their head repeatedly. I don't know if they changed something about it, because like, I mean, you could still probably do it again if you wait for certain attacks, but what this one used to do when you were up on that balcony is like come up and walk up to you and try to do like melee attacks similar to the ones that operate, you know, with the legs, the leg armor. They would act like you were up on a cliff. So that one used to be seemingly defeated, or the intended strategy was that you were supposed to defeat it with pots. But then they changed it at some point and kind of made that difficult to do. But the other one, you'd have to try to find some way to lure, I guess. Anywho, all stuff that we can maybe play with later. Also today I realized that Melina probably is crazy powerful when compared to the size of her minor Erdtree to mine. Would be fitting considering... Wait. Probably is crazy powerful when I compared the size of her minor Erdtree to mine. Would be fitting considering the theories that she is Mesmer's sister and maybe the Glowmine Queen. Gotcha. Because you said minor Erdtree, I was thinking about one of the ones on the map, you know, like just the big minor Erdtrees that you visit, and I was like, huh? I understood what you meant after like I read the rest of the sentence. It just threw me for a second. So okay, I'm just trying to fucking grab this item, but Torrent does not want to run the way I'm telling him to. There we go. But yeah, the incantation, I was a little disappointed that it's not the same as Melina's. I don't know why specifically. Now, again, if they did that more for lore reasons, so that like hers is supposed to just be really powerful, that's fine. But it was still kind of disappointing in the moment when I was working on guide stuff like early on and first discovered that spell when they finally got around to putting it in there, because the first like couple of builds there was just nothing there except for the tree and the golden braid, which used to just be the Halig Drake +3. I mean, it's still effectively the same talisman, it's just not called that anymore. But yeah, when they finally put that in, you're just like, ooh, you're gonna get that ability that Melina has, and then and then you realize it's not quite the same, and it's kind of dinky. Alright. I guess I'll focus on getting down there first and then come back up. I should have waited to break that. Did I fight Dane? I'm trying to remember if we did that or not. I guess I must have. Although, to be perfectly honest, I don't actually know if his stuff just is always there or not. I always assumed that it was something that just shows up. Shows up after, you know, you defeat him the first time, but I think it might just always be there. I'm pretty sure his seal is always there no matter what. But we might not have gotten around to fighting Dane. Speaking of Dane, that little encampment that he's next to is actually like one of the best spots for farming Embers of Mesmer, in case you're curious, for whether it be for furnace pots or, you know, fire coils or whatever. There's like 7 right in that area. It's not exactly the fastest farm ever, but it's not really all that slow either. So it's not really too hard to get your hands on a decent amount of them if you just kind of like run around that little camp and grab them and then loop back to the Grace and do it again. So because of that, I did farm. I farmed most of the things that we had access to already, to like a small degree. Let's see, what do we got here? I did get some black fireflies, not quite as many as I probably should have tried to farm up. These are currently, I noticed, are actually kind of bugged. Typically resources of any kind that's not rare are supposed to respawn when you rested a Grace, right? But, and I don't know if it's like this everywhere, but black fireflies don't currently do that properly. You have to actually like reload the area by like fast traveling for them to show up again. Otherwise they just don't come back for some reason. Which had me, when I was farming these, when I was farming these, it fucking freaked me out, right? Because I did all the map markup for the DLC guide. And we always mark rare materials, but not common materials that you can just continuously farm. We always tell you what regions you can get them in, but we don't bother marking them on the map because it would just be too much, considering there's like flowers and shit everywhere. So if these were rare, though, I would need to mark them. And then when I went to go farm some, I went, you know, running around and grabbing them, and then realized they weren't coming back after I rested. And I fucking almost had a mini panic attack because I was just like, you can't be telling me that they changed these from common to rare in one of their patches. Because we'd have to go back and mark all of their locations on the map, and it would also be really shitty because it would change these from a common material into a rare material, making all the stuff you use them in harder to come by too. So But yeah, mostly I was freaking out because I was like, are we gonna have to remark the map? That's fucking terrible news. uh, yeah, because they're all over the place. But then I realized, like, after I did a fast travel back to like one of the nearby graces, they were back again. So it's possible resting multiple times might cause them to come back too, but like for whatever reason, that's not supposed to be the way that works. I think they just got bugged in one of the patches, and I'm just not sure if people have noticed. And it might not be everywhere, but like where I was farming them, uh, I started here initially at the encampment outside Shadowkeep, and then later switched to the Scorched Ruins because there's a bunch right there, and it was happening in both places. Where if I'd warp there, run around, collect them all, and then go just rest, they just wouldn't respawn, and it would just look like they were just gone forever. But as soon as you warp again, they come back. Which again, I'm pretty sure is not the intended way for them to respawn. I think they should be coming back when you rest. They're just currently broken. Like everything at this point has gotten like considerably tankier. Gravesite Plain is like, it's not like there aren't there isn't some region scaling, because obviously there is, but I think it's mostly down to Gravesite Plain though, because most of the other areas can be accessed like pretty much immediately, so they don't really go out of their way to make most of the areas like scale super differently, I think. But the point is, like, once you get out of there, like, definitely some of these areas are a little bit, or certain parts of them are a little bit scaled up compared to other parts. Like, I think the scaling in lower Shadow Altus here, or Shadow Altus, might be slightly higher than the regular Shadow Altus, outside of Shadowkeep anyway. So, as well, take care of you here. Hey, Zarya, how's it going? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Fucking messages, man. For a glass shard, anyway. I'm still a bit disappointed in the incantation. It's such a tiny thing that does so little. Yeah, they really need to buff it at the very least. I don't mean the visual has to change, but the amount that it does makes it kind of not worth using generally. I mean, I think you can stack it with other healing effects, for heal over time effects, so maybe I should not have jumped down yet unless I can catch this lip or something. But yeah, no, they really need to still improve it, because even if you do stack it with like Blessing of the Erdtree and shit like that, it's still not really doing enough to be particularly worthwhile as like a heal over time that you have to stay near. Last time I played, I went through Frenzied Flame prescription just to get the deeper depths without having to fight the twin gargoyles. Yeah, that's fair. It can be pretty annoying. Alright, we'll definitely collect these round rocks. I gather that people have figured out by now that round rocks are a bit of a weird consumable, in that you can carry 999 of them for some reason, and they actually do pretty decent damage and stance damage. as long as you've got like an okay amount of strength. I wouldn't be surprised if they actually ended up nerfing that at some point, which seems like a weird thing to do, honestly, for a consumable, but I don't know that they ever intended for you to be able to carry 999 of them. Considering most consumables you can only carry a max of 600 of. And a lot of throwable consumables like this, you normally can't carry even that many. But because these like double as a crafting material and consumable, they're in a bit of a weird boat. But I still wouldn't be surprised if they nerfed it at some point. I just hope they don't nerf it like super hard, like down to like you can only carry 20 of these, even though it would kind of physically make sense because they should be fucking heavy as hell. But it's gotten people, I guess, to start doing like rock only runs, which is fun, I guess. It's not quite what I'm going for here, obviously, with consumables only, but mainly just because I don't think it'll be as much fun. I'm sure it'll be challenging, but we will be using them, and we will be using hefty rock pots here and there as long as I feel like my strength is at an adequate amount to kind of make it work. Also, Robin, how's it going? No worries, Sass. Just quickly stepping in to say hi. I hope everyone's having a great day / weekend. Yes, I hope you are as well. I guess maybe we should kill the Rakshasa while we're here. We're still only at blessing level 11, which again is not low, but I mean, it's a set that we're going to want. Even though I'm not sure if we'll ultimately wear armor a lot, having any sort of enhanced attack power plus a little bit of defense. By the way, the description of this armor makes it sound like you get like a damage negation debuff or something when you're wearing it, but that's not actually true. Because the description it says something like it increases your attack power but you take extra damage, but you don't actually get like a debuff or anything. It just has low defense is all for like an armor of its type. So it's more just that, like, you know, you're wearing knight armor, but you're not getting the type of defense that knight armor would typically give you. I guess let's see what we can do with volcano pots here and hope that we're not hilariously outmatched. I'm not going to buff or anything. We'll just give it a try. Okay. The damage could be a lot fucking better, that's for sure. Honestly, I should have known better than to try to heal there. I'm kind of just testing this. I'm not really specifically sure that I even want to try to fight him a lot right now. Or her, rather. There's a debuff below your stamina bar if you wear the armor, the same symbol the talisman the snake girl gives you. Yeah, but it doesn't... I don't think it actually causes you to take more damage. Like, this was tested at one point. Well, obviously I don't have the armor to show you, but... unless they've actually changed that now and there is, like, a straight-up debuff attached to it, because there wasn't originally. But its defenses are not particularly high either, so... You could try bleed pots on them too if we really wanted to, but I don't know if they're going to work particularly well. What do I have in my physic? Okay, I guess we could try that. damage sucks. We might need to switch to some other tier or something. Because our knife damage isn't bad, but the fire damage is pretty low. It's backstep. Bit of a weird movement from you there. I need you to fucking do something I can punish. Oh, that kind of worked, but also didn't. What? Okay. This might actually even be a case for some fucking poison or something. Hello? I pressed the fucking roll button there. There should have been no buffering whatsoever. Because I was doing nothing but moving sideways. Alright, game, sure. First, I had a completely roll input out of literally nothing. And then I got roll caught from something that shouldn't have fucking hit me in the first place. Alright, I think we want to adjust some stuff here, though, and not necessarily use... Because fire is just not getting the job done on this fight. Don't know if the spear talisman will work on this. It might. Just add, like, some extra dexterity or something. The issue again is that she's going to heal at some point. Right, a second, I've got work messages. Do that later. All right. It's too warm and running the stream on my laptop makes it so it's even warmer. Yeah, I really fucking hate that about my own laptop that I practically never use anymore, but definitely an annoying fucking issue with a lot of modern laptops in general. Alright, so let's, I guess, try using some poison here. I guess the only thing I'm not sure of is crystal tears. We could put something else on. We could always do like the bubble tier, but I don't know how useful that's going to be. Most of these, frankly, just aren't really that useful, so I don't know that it's going to really make a difference. Wish I had something that, like, improved, like, status build-up or some shit. Right. We still have the opalines here, so that's something anyway. We'll see if we can't get her poisoned. I don't know what her resistances are. Actually, wait, she's a fucking spirit now that I think about it. I don't think you can poison her. Shit. Think about that. I guess I could try to make sure, but I'm pretty sure you can't. How did both of those miss? God, I fucking hate fighting NPCs, man. This is going to be an issue in the DLC because, like, these enemies in general, the whole counter to them is using volcano pots, and she just isn't taking much damage from them. Okay, that shouldn't have hit me, but sure. God, I just I just wish anything was fucking okay, game. I wish anything was fucking punishable here. Even with a fucking dart, you can't fucking throw fast enough after it dodge. Like, I'm trying to preemptively throw, but even then, like, she'll just dodge it before she swings. This is feeling like a lost cause right now. Again? Okay. The fucking roll catches that the Great Katana are allowed to do are kind of fucking insane. Because she did just a basic... I don't know what it is about the NPCs in the DLC, but they get insanely long jumping attacks. Like, more than usual, it feels like. They always have just crazy distance on them. It's more like the ones in the base game just don't take advantage of the distance you can do a jumping attack on. It's not even so much that these ones go extra far, but the problem is that they go far enough that I'm not really used to them being able to fucking jump so far from like a standstill practically and or a jog. That is part of the issue though, is that it does sometimes feel like they're getting more movement or momentum out of just a jogging jump than, you know, when they're not actually sprinting. Because normally to be able to get that kind of movement, that sort of trajectory in the air, you got to be sprinting, but they can just do it from practically a standstill. Just a little nuts. It's like, this is as far forward as I can jump just from jogging, but if I want to get a farther jump, I can do this. But they can get that level of jump by just walking forward like this, which is messed up. They also have unlimited stamina, yeah, but that doesn't really matter. It's the fact that they can just fucking long jump without actually sprinting first. Well, I guess we'll put a pin in the Rakshasa for later, because we're not really going to kill her right now with what we've got, I guess. I'm sure we could, but she takes, like, no fucking damage from what we have, and the only thing we can even really punish with is volcano pots, but again, it's something that, while I wouldn't in any way consider the Rakshasa to be an unfairly designed NPC fight, I mean, NPC fights are designed to be a little bit annoying and potentially slightly unfair with the amount of shit that they just fucking dodge roll with infinite stamina and FP and shit, but it's the fact that she moves like crazy. She can punish, she can do roll punishes off of shit that she's not even close to because of the just insane reach that weapon has. So even light roll is not enough to save you. And double swipe infinite combo for sure can be an issue, which gets a lot more forward momentum than you'd expect as well. And the thing is, that's a move I want her to do because it's the most punishable thing she has, but I can't do it. She only wants to do it when she's close, and I can't stand too close to punish or else I'll get hit. So I have to like throw one thing and then immediately get the fuck out of there if I'm not already too close. But yeah, I think what we'll do is just come back to her when we've got some extra upgrades and maybe some better equipment for dealing with her, because if we could simply fucking rot her or something, it would be a bit of a different story, but we can't really do that, sadly. I think what we'll try to do is come down and fight the hippos, if they're not too fucking ridiculous. I feel like they shouldn't be, especially since we can be on horseback, but then that'll give us another 2 Shadow Tree fragments. I don't know how well Jory is going to go either. If we try to do the Dark Lake Catacombs, that might be biting off more than we can chew right now. It might not be too bad, because we don't have to get close to Jory to hurt him, but for her. But yeah, could still be a bit of an issue. One does not simply route her dot me. Yeah. Definitely wish you that you could, but... Okay, well, I pressed the button to attack again there, and nothing happened, but... God, that goes fucking so fucking far. Can you not be stuck on the boss, please? Or the mini boss? I think, unless this doesn't apply to the non-boss versions, this guy might not bleed, actually. Oh no, he does, okay. Actually, I might be thinking of a different enemy, but there was something I remember that stood out to me as weird. As a particular enemy type that just like straight up does not, it is just immune to fucking everything. That was not like a standard spirit sort of enemy. Did take a while for him to bleed, but what else we got there? Alright, so that's one of those. Now we just need to do the other one. Should have enough resources to make that work. This is one thing that I also kind of wish that they would implement into stuff like this in this game. Is when an enemy like this is going for their big bite grab and they're charging at you, I feel like if you hit them with a strong enough like spell or range attack, or even just like a good thrust attack before it actually collides with you, you should be able to interrupt the attack and do bonus damage. Like, obviously you could still potentially stance break them during that, but if you can manage to hit them before the hitbox hits you anyway. Sick. Okay, so that's those guys done. I think I will just put a marker down here just so I know that I did that. Although that's probably not particularly necessary. So we could make our way to Darklight, but I guess we could give it a try. I have no clue if Jory is going to be all that doable. My main concern is getting all the way down there and then finding Jory like impossible to fucking do for some reason, and then leaving and then having to make all my way all the way back down there a second time. Yo, Clyde, how's it going? Welcome in. Hope you're doing well. I guess we'll just go down there. At the very least, we can grab the Grace, but I think we'll give it a try just because it would be nice to get to the Abyssal Woods to get those other 3 fragments. Plus, we could also complete the map, so... But that'll be all we do. We're not going to do all of, like, Midra's Manse right now or anything. That's right, I gotta come up here. And we should get our 12th level while we're at it, too. That'll certainly help. Every time we do one of those, it's a big enough bonus that should make everything just a little bit easier. At least up to this point, anyway. Since the bonuses after this are a bit smaller. So close to a level, so why don't we just quickly grab a level while we're at it. Yeah, screw you, Millennia. It's a bit overkill, but I don't need these remembrances at all, so... more endurance certainly wouldn't hurt. I just realized how low we are on stamina, but... We raised a lot of dexterity for obvious reasons, because that scales with, like, the most of our throwables and shit. But, like, faith wouldn't hurt with some of the new ones. Strength for rocks and shit. Endurance in general. Mind we don't really need more of unless we start using something that actually uses more FP than what we already use. Certainly more vigor for survivability wouldn't hurt, but we can hold off on that one for a bit, I think. There's also some that scale with arcane as well, which, again, it's going to be difficult to really, like, spread a lot of levels out here, especially since we're not killing tons of shit. We're running by a lot of stuff. Now, we will go back and kill a lot of things as we get our blessings up and stuff, but yeah. Maybe we should detour. I'm thinking maybe we just do, like, hold on, let me take a look. We've got here, these scale with strength and dex and so we still get some benefit out of those. Those do scale with strength, so do those. All of these do. So I guess we can probably start leveling strength so that, you know, rocks will be not falling behind. Let's try to get that up to 60 as well. But what I'm thinking about is taking again, well, we might as well just do it now. I want to take a detour and go do Bellerat Jail, I think. And actually, let's do the Forge first. Since there's no boss there. I want to get the hefty volcano pot recipe. And I want to get some more hefty cracked pots, the freezing pot recipe, and the great jar. Because all of those things will also give us some benefit. And eventually we will make things like hefty rod pots, but again, that's not really going to help us with Rakshasa, unfortunately, just because of the fact that she's a spirit technically means that she's just immune to everything, which kind of sucks. I think the NPC boss fights in general are going to be really rough. Might even be some of the roughest things in this challenge, just because we can't really rely on a lot of our kit necessarily. You know, we would just fall back to volcano pots, but they don't do as much damage as they do to most of the base game NPCs because everything here is scaled up so high. So that's going to be a bit of a challenge for sure. But we'll try to make it work because my intention is still to do all the bosses in the DLC if we can. I have no idea if we'll succeed, if we'll get stuck somewhere really bad. You know, if nothing else, we can play it super conservatively and just throw rocks at everything until they die, but it's not going to be easy. Plus that requires a lot of farming. And a lot of people doing things like the rock only runs and shit like that too, or specifically using like cheat engine as well to get all the rocks they could ever want instead of naturally farming them, because farming them is a much bigger pain in the ass than actually just giving yourself 999 of them. The other thing about like hefty volcano pots, despite the fact that I do want the recipe, of course, is that farming for those is not going to be the easiest either, because we need gas stones, which you get those from forges, which is not too bad. Okay, that should be the recipe there. But they're not really abundant in forges is the problem. Yeah, it's 2 per, which could be worse, frankly, but they're cheating. Frankly, I don't really mind that people do that, because if you want to do like a rock and hefty rock pot only run, like farming these is a huge pain in the ass. So I get it, you know, if you just want to give yourself 999 of them or whatever and then just go. In fact, whenever I start doing some like weapon themed runs that are just casual or whatever, you know, stuff from the DLC, I might just make myself like a special save file or something. Or just use cheat engine or something to give myself a thing at the start of a run, because I don't want to have to wait until the DLC just to use the weapon that I want to use, if that makes sense, from like a fresh run. And I also don't want to have to rely on only using New Game Plus saves. So, for example, yeah, that was a bit of an interesting hit. For example, I do want to do a Swift Slasher run for fun. You know, by using specifically the backhand blade and Swift Slash, but since I didn't get that on my regular playthrough since I accidentally missed it, the only way I'm really getting that is with Cheat Engine, because I can't even do it on New Game Plus now. I'd have to wait until one more, since, you know, it'd be a different story if someone could just drop it for you, but since you can't drop Ashes of War for people, which kind of sucks, frankly, that's just not really an option. I really wish you could, and frankly, I don't know why they don't let you do that, or even just try to let you, like, I get not allowing you to drop modified weapons, but it's kind of silly to not really allow players to drop Ashes of War for each other, because it's not really all that different from just dropping a weapon, you know? Okay. Items that have no use to me, but, you know, just wanted to buy anyways. I mean, technically we can sell them and recycle the runes for levels, or just buying resources that we're able to buy, but not overly necessary. Okay. So, that one's done. Now I guess we head to the Bellerot jail. Actually, you know what we could do on the way? We could kill this dragon with holy pots just for fun. Just see if holy pots are any good against it. I don't know if they'll be quite as good against them as like they are when headshotting a Deathrite bird, but I think it'll still be decent, hopefully, anyway. Shit, I hate that you can't just unequip these things from like one screen. Give me your holy water pots, then I'll make some more. I'm gonna have to like farm more for some of these. Apparently I did farm some because I still have more. Yeah, that's right, I did. Picking up tarnished golden sunflowers, thankfully, are pretty easy because you can just straight up go to like one of the early minor Erdtrees and just get a ton of them. In fact, the one in Limgrave, near the entry to Shifra, is has like a ton of them around it. You can just do a couple of cycles of that and get a ton. But yeah, I did farm a whole bunch of Embers of Mesmer. I wish you could carry more than 10 fire coils because those are actually somewhat decent. Glinting nails aren't great, but the main issue I have with them is not that their damage isn't the best, it's that they require pearlescent scales to make, which are pretty rare. Because they do drop from lamprey, but the drop rate sucks. So we probably won't be using those very much. We might at some point eventually use sprite stones with the bond stone, or even just by themselves, but those scale with arcane, I think, or maybe it might not be arcane, it might be faith and intelligence, I forget exactly how they scale, but let's throw that on, and just for the hell of it, give me, shouldn't really need that right at this moment, although it's fine. Just give me the faith guy, so we can get a little extra faith out of it. And we'll just see if we can do any sort of like appreciable damage to this thing. I don't know if it'll be all that good, but I want to give it a shot because I know that these guys are relatively weak, or more than relatively, but just generally pretty weak to holy damage. I missed. Could be a lot better than that for sure, but it's not terrible. Oh, there you go. Okay. I was like, that seemed really low. Felt like a lot lower than I was expecting. We're missing a lot, so needs to actually like land, please. There you go. Trying to wait until we have like some good moments to get in and attack, because a lot of these are not very safe. It's the big wing hits these fuckers do actually hit really fucking hard. There's any dragon boss music for the DLC. Yeah, I mean, I guess there is for Bale, but so that went pretty well actually. There is for Bale, but all of the like field boss music is pretty much the same shit as it was, and it would be kind of nice if they had switched that up a little bit. Like just added a couple new tracks. I don't mind that they reuse it, but like a couple of new tracks would have been appreciated for sure. Or even just like slight switches to the tracks that exist. Like just make some little remix tweaks, and I must have grabbed that already. Well, that's right, I did. Did I get the rune from over here? Actually, I'm pretty sure I did, because I remember I got the shield, so I must have gotten everything over there. But yeah, I think it would have been fine if they had just brought the same, bring back the same tracks, but then just make them, just tweak them up a little bit so that they feel fresh. All right, should be good. I should see what kind of damage we're looking at with these here, especially with that on. That was technically stealth damage, so let me get your attention really quick so you actually know I'm here. Okay, that's not terrible damage. Stick with these for the moment. So one thing I will say that I don't overly miss about consumables only is the having to like stop to craft every little while, because it gets to be a bit much sometimes. But we shouldn't have to worry too much, at least when we can kill stuff relatively easily. We shouldn't have to worry too much about runes for the DLC, because, and I don't even mean specifically for levels, but like if we need to go buy stuff or whatever, because the rune rewards from a lot of the enemies here are pretty big, so it'll give us like kind of more than enough. Shadow Altus versions would have been cool, especially for Gaius. Yeah, I think just like, yeah, just any sort of DLC version of returning tracks, which they already actually do in some spots, kind of. Like part of Millennia's theme is in the, what's her name, Romina fight, and I feel like there's another one that I'm forgetting, and because I can't remember what it is off the top of my head, but I want to say there's another track that gets used in a similar way. And you guys don't get to appreciate it. There used to be a dude inside this cage, like just one of the little shadow enemies. I don't know that they ever intended to put him there, or if just one of the devs was having fun and just threw him in this cage. But like the problem was that he would aggro to you, and like, you know, you could still kill him if you just swung at the cage more or less, but because your weapon could still kind of clip through. But it's just that you could easily like walk by him not knowing he was there and then just wonder why you're in combat. But yeah, they removed him before the release, I think. Ooh, just fell off there because of that box. Not the jar, please, anything but that. I promise I won't ever do it again. I swear, a living saint I'll surely be. Please, you must forgive me. Forgive me, please. I don't know why, but that's the second time now. Like I remembered as I was doing it, but for some reason that particular stranded soul is just very southern to me. I don't know. I always default to a southern voice when I read that out loud. There's no reason for it. I just do. Accent totally sold it. Thank you. I'm gonna hold off on crafting any hefty pots for now. And I need to kind of craft those when we just want to use them for any given situation until I either hit a point where, like volcano pots, if I ever hit a point with that with the hefties, that I'm just like, oh, these I should just keep around all the time, because that's how I feel about the volcano pots, but it's not necessarily the case with the others. Okay, that's one. There's two more in here to grab. And they're in that stupid little, like, pot maze later on, which is a little annoying, but, you know, figure it out. That's not what I meant to throw, but whatever. I didn't really need to do 3 there. That is okay. Alright, what else? At least I kind of have an excuse to kill some things, because they're... I could just run by them, but they're kind of in my way. Entered meat, another thing I probably don't really want to farm. I think it only drops from these guys. Outside of the handful of places that you can just find it anyway. Way too many socks in that washing machine. In conclusion about the armor, not yet. I haven't beaten the Rakshasa yet to look at it. I think you're right in that it does show a debuff, but because I've probably worn it somewhat recently, like in when I was just completing the game. In my other run, I might have noticed there being one, but I'm pretty sure there didn't used to be, so they might have added it later. We'll still have to test to see if whether or not it actually does do like a for real damage debuff, or if it's just kind of a thing that's there for some reason. Pick up any frozen maggots that I see along the way, because we'll probably want them for hefty freezing pots. Never really been a big fan of navigating this jar maze. It's not that difficult, but trying to make sure that you don't miss something can be annoying. Smithing stones. Man, I wish that wouldn't happen. Not that we need to climb up that, but... Let's see here. Man, there's the recipe. There you are. Did your AI break or what? A bit weird. We should get close to another level by the time we're done with all this. I don't know if I'll try to do anything with a level before I reach Swordmaster or not. I suspect he will be a fucking huge pain in the ass, because he'll try to parry most of the shit that I throw at him. Because he's got a little bit of that Radagon effect thing going for him. Okay, that's one of those, and then the other one is like over there somewhere. That's the thing too, is that we might need to rest before we try to do a boss fight anyways, just to get some of our shit back. We could use volcano pods against him, probably to make it a little bit less stressful, but I need him to still get, like, actually hit by them and not just evade their overall fume cloud, you know? I think we got everything from there. Let's come back over here. Camera, please. Thank you. Good luck with the dailies, Anna. There's, like, always a dude here that catches me off guard who just sort of, like, shows up. Or at least that's what happened the one time for sure, but... Here's the other one that we need. Okay. That should be everything that's important from here, at least. Or or this spot in the dungeon, I mean, but we still need to get the Great Jar. Sorry, fellers. Let's see, we got 3 more dudes over there to deal with. It's kind of an interesting spot for him to fall, to be honest. Do you find it interesting that I can break these guys' pots with just a crystal dart? I feel like it wouldn't be a heavy enough attack to actually do that, but it works. Alright, so craft those up and some of these. But yeah, I think that we're gonna have to probably, maybe anyway, go and rest before we fight the boss. Which, if we do, is... I don't know how well that's gonna work. We might be able to just kind of use crafted shit for the most part and just kind of make that work, but... My main concern, like I said, is just I don't know how much he'll stay in the volcano pot area, and I also kind of want to level up. But if we do, and we go all the way back to do that, it means running all the way back here. Of course, if we succeed in getting here, then we can just use the Stake of Marika to respawn, but I don't really want to lose my runes ahead of time. Alright, well, we got the Great Jar. This thing... It puts us in fucking medium load, so that's going to be another reason for us to up our endurance. Because that kind of sucks. We can be in light load if we don't wear pants, although I do kind of miss my sweatpants. Double the jar weight. Yeah, it's... Well, almost anyway, but yeah, it's pretty bad. I gotta look. Does anyone know the the potency increase that the jar itself does? The jar helmet. I think the Great Jar is like 17% for both jars and hefty, or pots and hefty pots. But I'm just curious if if that means that it's better than the regular jar. I'll still use it because it'll be applying to both types. but I won't necessarily use it if the regular jar is better for regular pots. Like we'll just use it specifically when we want to use hefty pots, 15%. So the great jar is just better in general because you get an extra 2%. Okay, not that that's a huge difference, but still worth it. I kind of wish it wasn't so fucking gigantic because I don't like that it obscures the screen so much, but thing is I can't even get back to the thing now that I think about it without using like a grace mimic or something, so I guess we pretty much just have to commit and hope we don't lose our runes. I mean, if we lose a level's worth of runes, it's not the end of the world, but so we can get that back pretty easily, but I'd prefer not to. But I wish that I had some more non-crafted weaponry because we used a lot of it getting down here. Just make sure that we're maxed out on everything here that we can craft, and just hope for the best, I suppose. Let's equip rocks, or maybe hefty throwing pots? I don't know. We should probably try the hefty volcano pots, honestly. For this. I only have 4 at the moment, but I guess that's good enough to take with for now, just to give this a try. Alright, there really should have been rot daggers, yeah. I feel like it would make sense if they just felt like throwable rot weapons might be too overpowered, because they were pretty wary about even putting rot ammo in the game, but they did do that. But since that does exist, I don't feel like it would be that big of an issue to just have rot throwables, even if they, like, you can easily mitigate their overpowered nature in PvP by just giving them the kukri throwing time, because those are much harder to use in PvP because they're slower to throw. Of course, that would mean that using them on things like Millennia, not that you'd specifically use rot pots on her anyways, but, or rot knives, just rot in general. But, you know, it would make hitting certain enemies really hard because they're rolling. But if you plan it specifically to make sure you punish, you can still kind of make that work. Anyways, before we fight this boss, I'm going to really quickly run to the bathroom, y'all. So just give me like 1 minute, and then I will be back, and we'll give it a try. So yeah, quick BRB. Alrighty, I am back. I made sure not to miss the toilet just for you. Alright, just one quick check here. I guess we could start by trying... Nah, we should equip these. I'm fairly certain he's going to parry a lot of our throwables, so we're going to have to just try to make do with pots mostly and just hope for the best. But I guess we'll see what happens. Anyways, let's just go with just the physic for now. Okay, that damage is not bad, actually. Man, stop it. I fucking hate that input read, man. It's so annoying. Fucked. Volcano pots still carry. Alright, well, we're done with that. That's good. So let's make sure we're marking shit. Okay. So yeah, otherwise, I don't think there's anything particularly we need from the majority of Gravesite Plain at this point. We just need to do the Dragon's Pit so we can move on, and then obviously, well, I guess there's also the Catacombs and Castle Ensis, of course, but and anything else that we've left in the Ellic River, so that also includes the Rivermouth Cave. I guess technically the ulcerated tree spirit down here too. That'll pretty much be it for Gravesite Plain. So when we level up, let's just come back here for a second. Maybe we should just do Rivermouth Cave next just to get it out of the way. The fucking Blood Fiend Chief in there is annoying to deal with, but I feel like we could probably be okay. We should probably just start leveling some endurance, just so I could wear the Great Jar without switching talismans around. So we'll just start doing that for the moment. Maybe now would even be a good time to start using some of our other things. Like, we're not going to use remembrances, so we might as well just be consuming them. Don't care about keeping any runes of any particular denomination for any reason, so... for this run anyway. So we need another 8,000 or something like that. That's all I'll do for now, but we will, here and there, we'll just kind of squeeze out some extra levels where it's appropriate. Just until we get to a point where, and I don't know where that'll be, but just until we can get to a point where we can wear the Great Jar without having to worry about being overloaded by something else. I don't know that there's any lighter pants that we could wear. Of course, I don't, you know, I like the sweatpants fashion anyway. But everything else is pretty much heavier, at least everything else that I have access to currently. I don't have Gold Mask Thong, and it actually might not even be lighter anyway. It's got, like, kind of big gold bits on it. Alright, so yeah, we'll just keep plucking away at that as we go. So yeah, I don't want to fuck with any of the NPC mausoleums right now. I do want to kill the Rakshasa, and I will try to kill all of them eventually, but the Rakshasa is the one that we would want to do probably first. This is the only one with stuff that we particularly want. Of course, again, that'll mean pretty much being strictly in medium load. So we'll only really use that armor set when we really feel like the damage is worth it. Which most of the time it probably won't be. But yeah, so I think we could do the rest of the river shit. Do Dragon's Pit if we want. I'm just trying to think if there's anything else that we need for, like, equipment. Because, hang on a second, I'm clicking out of the game for 1 second. Because, yeah, I think it's going to be a while before we're able to get, like, the hefty rot pot. I mean, we could go... It's in the ancient ruins of Rao, right? We could get there pretty easily to get that early. And then the hefty poison pot. don't specifically remember. I don't know how good that's even going to be. We have the fetid one, but we're probably not going to want to use that much. Do I have that? No, I don't. Is that the one that's down here? I was in that area, but I might have just forgotten to pick it up or something. We could check really quick. Because it wouldn't hurt just to have some other source of like a poison pot thing or something that's not regular cracked pot, since usually I have those as volcano. Speaking of... And the poison bone darts do inflict poison, but they don't do a great job of it, and they're kind of dinky otherwise, so I feel kind of shitty to use most of the time unless I'm like really desperate for any sort of poison damage over time. Let's see. So I know where it is if that's the one that I'm thinking of, but I thought maybe I had picked that up before. Nope, right there it is. Definitely did forget about it. So I remember I ran back up here to go to the hovel and everything, but I must have just forgotten to grab that on the way. Trying to make sure I pick up mushrooms anywhere I see them too, just because they're used in a lot of recipes. Alright, so yeah, I must not have fought Dane. I thought maybe I did, but I guess that answers the other question that I had about his armor being there automatically, but I couldn't remember if I had challenged him to a duel or not. We should probably do that, but again, NPC fights. Although Dane is not as bad, usually anyway, as the Mausoleum fights. They kind of suck particularly bad. So, what else can we get out of the way quick? We could try killing, like, the red bears. If we stay on horseback, it might not be too bad, although they can catch up to you pretty easily. That is an option, just for some extra, like, runes and shit, but just for runes, there's plenty of other things we can also do, so we don't necessarily need to prioritize them. What else do we want to do? I'm just trying to think about, like, what's the best thing to, like, prioritize at the moment. Because we have the jar, and I feel like getting levels is part of what we want to do, so we can get our equip load up to kind of wear that jar with and still be in light load, because I do feel like with consumables only, it just feels important, unless for maybe circumstances where the Rakshasa set would serve us better. I feel like staying in light load is going to be necessary a lot of the time, just so we can get out of the way easily from a lot of attacks. So getting runes is definitely important right now. Could also come up and do Telu's Forge just to get that out of the way. There's also Rao Burrows to collect in this area, which I'll probably do at some point, just so that when we start crafting things like Spirit Stones, then we have materials for that. But other than that, there's not really tons outside of just starting to do some of the fights here that we need to do. If we go through Darklight Catacombs, we could get another 3. If we can manage to get past it all, we can get another 3 Shadow Tree fragments down here, which will be another level. Sets us up for Midra's Manse a little bit later, too. Like I said, we can definitely get like another, at least 3, if not 4, from Ancient Ruins of Rao. I don't remember how many are actually there. It's definitely 3 at least, but it might be 4. Get out of here, robot. But yeah, at this, we're kind of just hitting the point where we're gonna have to kind of just bite the bullet and just start fucking killing things. I think, at least try to, because there's not really a lot more that we can just collect without having to like kind of go through some of the annoying stuff and all that. So maybe let's start making our way towards the Darklight Catacombs, I guess. It might be early to be doing that, but if we can manage Jory without too much trouble, then that would be another level for us, which again is not a huge boost, but every little bit is going to count for this run, since we don't have regular weapon damage. I should use some round rocks on some enemies just to see what sort of damage we actually do with them. Let's test one out on a fly here. These do not go very far. Still hit him pretty fucking hard, though. So that's something that we're going to have to know with round rocks, is that with lock-on, you can't really rely on them to travel very far. We're going to have to lock off. And try to kind of manually aim upwards at certain things whenever possible. I also feel like I should probably be using Golden Horn Tender and shit like that more often, just for extra runes. But again, you get them fast enough in the DLC that I just don't really know how necessary that's going to be. We're not like hurting for levels, even though we don't necessarily level up as quickly doing this sort of run, since I don't kill everything. Did I get everything? I guess I did. It's going to take me a while, I think, too, just to get used to throwing hefty pots, just because they are bigger and slower by quite a bit. But their like status ailment or otherwise elemental like payload is quite a bit bigger usually, so also hits a bigger area. Oh, boys? Oh, I thought for sure I'd end up aggroing some of them accidentally. Alright. Dorklight Catacombs. We're gonna want our lantern for this. I must have a revered one to throw on there. I mean, might as well, but... Ow, fuck. Definitely a big concern for the DLC is just how tanky some of these enemies are feeling, even after a good number of blessings. Get him, buddy. They're not too bad, but it feels like we're gonna have to like craft every 5 steps. Actually, how much of that do I even have? I did farm up a lot of cracked crystal originally, but doesn't mean that we haven't gone through a ton of it already. We're already down to 299. Well, probably for the best that we're not necessarily going to do like a ultra long stream today, because I'll probably have to like not go super long so I can actually like stop and go back and farm without having to do too much of that on stream. Again, doing some on stream I think is fine. I just don't want to do it like for hours or anything, because it just gets a little much. I don't mind it. Yeah, I mean, I realize a lot of people actually don't really mind so much, especially if we can just sit and chat or whatever, but, and that's certainly fine. So it's just more of a need to not, you know, put too much of a priority into doing that sort of thing. I'll just pick that up, which I didn't even need anyway. Just gonna let you do your thing, sir, because backtracking and killing like the 3 or so enemies over there is not gonna be all that beneficial to us. We're just gonna be using up more resources. But yeah, this is like the one thing that kind of makes me wanna almost like just install Cheat Engine and just give myself a whole bunch of these items rather than farming them, because I do farm them legitimately off stream, but it's just time consuming. Now it's very brain head empty, you know, just brain dead sort of shit, so it's not like it's hard or anything. Usually I just kind of do it while I'm like listening to something or watching something or whatever on the side, but oh, how'd that miss? Yeah, it's just a matter of like I have to go through so many of these just per enemy now instead of it just being like 2 or 3. That we're definitely going through them very quickly. I almost prefer, or would prefer, if I could just buy, at this point anyway, if I could just buy all of my consumables or even just the materials for them. Like what they needed to do if they were going to put bell bearings in for buying certain consumable crafting materials like string and all that kind of other shit, they should have done that for like nearly everything and make them actually useful. Like, not just mushroom sellers and grease mongers that give you like 2 things each, but some other shit as well that gives you like more significant like amounts of stuff to purchase, so that like when you're doing this sort of thing you don't really feel the need to necessarily farm that shit by the time you reach the DLC, at least. Because honestly, like, the stuff here drops enough runes too, and obviously you could just rune farm, which they probably didn't. It's probably part of the reason they didn't want to do it that way, but it would still be nice to be able to. How did that miss? Buddy, oh my fucking god. Oh, these enemies fucking piss me off, dude. The string one was super helpful. Farming that shit is awful. Well, yeah, I'm glad that they put in some. In fact, the ones that they put in are largely pretty useful. I just would have liked it if there were more. You know. Okay, just don't fucking do the prompt, I guess. How did that... Dude, these fucking point-blank misses are killing me. Alright, that worked out. I don't care how many times I have to say it, I still think it's so fucking dumb that we have to deal with these fucking thralls again. Ow, fuck. In Elden Ring after DLC, after DS3. They were by far one of the worst enemies in Dark Souls 3 that I'm pretty sure absolutely nobody enjoyed. So that's not what I meant to use, but... Maybe we'll just take these off there so I don't make that mistake. These two for now. But I agree, some more quality of life uncraftables would be nice, yeah. Just because, like, they give you the option in the system to craft things, but they kind of just make crafting sort of shitty in this game, which is why most people just ignore it. Which is unfortunate, because, like, I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm glad that the consumables only runs like this are not super oversaturated, that everybody's doing them, so that it's still sort of interesting to watch and do. But it would be nice if, you know, the system itself was a little bit more usable instead of just being kind of a fucking pain in the ass. Yeah, I still have a bunch in storage, and the amount that we have, like, every time we use 3 crystals, it crafts 5, so we'll probably have enough for the rest of stream at the very least, but, loot that other one after. Works. I can't believe that still hit me. What? That is some bullshit. Hello, game. What is going on? Why are these not rolling? How am I still getting caught by that fucking explosion? Some glitchy shit is going on here. That is not difficult to roll. I don't know why it's suddenly catching me. It's not normally. So that doesn't reach from here. Yes. Kill each other. Okay, well. That was short-lived for him, but... I want more of this yellow Fulgur bloom, too, because... we're gonna probably want to craft some lightning pots. Really, the red one is probably more important anyway. Especially for the, like, hefty, because, well, both of them do it, I believe, but the, but they have the effect where they, like, they chain lightning between enemies, so if you get them kind of grouped up, it can do pretty good damage. Which I'm hoping will be useful for such a run as this. But yeah, I mean, farming cracked crystals is not the worst fucking farm or anything by a long shot. There's definitely some really bad ones. String certainly used to be one of the worst. So I totally get why, you know, they would want to add something like the string seller's bell bearing in there just to make life a little bit easier for people. Like if you want to use roped fire pots, which frankly, or well, sorry, roped pots in general, not fire pots specifically, but I should probably try using roped volcano pots against the NPCs, because they might actually be a little easier to use. I don't know if they'll be as worthwhile because I don't really use them much, but the main reason I didn't try using them at all in the base game is just because crafting for them was, well, just not really feasible. All right, well, we should get a Stake of Mark here, so I'm not too worried. I'm not especially worried about the runes either, so let's just give it a go. I'll just go ahead and top off this for now. Alright, this stupid attack. I hate how just a little bit of side strafing is enough for this shit to just miss. Okay, game. Even the darts at this fucking distance can't fucking hit. Okay, well, how is that missing you? It's going through your body right now. Kind of an accidental pre-roll there. Fucking bullshit. Come on, let me fucking move. I hate these motherfuckers, man. They have such a fucking stupid hitbox. I'm sorry, are there two of you? I didn't even know that there could be two at a time. How are there two of you right now? I'm literally stuck on nothing. Okay. There's nothing there. Shouldn't have done that. But it might be worth the risk, but... Sorry, y'all. I had to mute for like that whole stretch of time there because my roommate decided to walk in with the puppy dog. She had to go somewhere. I got hit by something there, and I don't know what. Hail Mary. Oh no, it didn't fucking throw. It should have fucking had time to throw that. I don't know why it didn't. Oh fuck, I'm out of heals. I shouldn't have done that shit. Shit, I got body blocked. No! Fuck off. Ah, that's such shit. The fucking body block, man. We had him. He was dead. Man, that fight fucking sucks. I don't care what build you're even using. It's just a very poorly designed fight. I don't think most people have fun actually doing this fight when what it boils down to largely is just be spammed at fucking constantly. How? Bro, fuck off. So much bullshit in this fucking fight. Hitboxes are wonky as fuck. Other fucking dumb shit things that this fight does, like that. Oh great, we get another fucking twofer that shouldn't fucking happen. They must have changed something about this at some point, because that didn't used to be possible. Come on, game. Fucking give me a chance to do anything, please. I fucking can't do anything if you're just gonna fucking constantly spam every goddamn attack. It's not gonna get him. How did that? Okay, just don't roll, I guess. I fell super late for some reason. Alright, hitboxes. Great job. Can't fucking see what I'm doing. You know, I don't even know what you even do if you're doing this hitless. Because that fucking fat one, hit that belly bounce, fucking... Okay, just can't fucking get away either. Hello, heal. Okay. For fuck's sake, man. I just can't fucking get anywhere and do anything because I immediately get hit. Good God, like this is so much worse. I thought it would actually be less bad with consumables, but the problem with Jory is not. Oh Okay, hitbox. Great job. Come on, attack. Don't. Oh my fucking Christ. That's so fucking annoying. You get a perfectly lined up shot and then the fucking fatty gets spawned in and fucking blocks it. Nothing I could do. This is actually so much worse on consumables only. I genuinely thought it wouldn't be that bad, but there's just no time to do anything. Everything just gets staggered so much to just fucking get in your way and hit you the moment you need to try to throw or heal or do literally anything. It's so fucking badly put together. You know, it wouldn't necessarily be so bad if they didn't design Jory to be able to cast spells while summoning at the same time. Because that's something that's a really fucking stupid ability that he has. Or she. Okay, if you say so, game. You're fucking annoying. Oh, Jesus Christ. Just give me 2 seconds to fucking do anything. Now I'm trying to go for 3. Okay, you're saying that it hit me, huh? Okay. Not who I said to target. Come on. I should have gotten the roll there, for sure. Oh, come on. What the fuck? Why am I getting clipped by some of these? But yeah, that fucking belly bounce, what I was trying to say before. That thing fucking has a huge hitbox. Even if you don't take damage, like it still counts like as a hit because you can actually feel it fucking kind of collide with you. It's enough to that would cause a stagger if you weren't already rolling. What's that stupid ass delayed hitbox that you do there? Okay. Continues to be definitely one of the worst bosses of the DLC. There's plenty of bosses that people hate more than Jory, but the thing is that as far as just overall design is concerned, this is by far one of the worst ones in the DLC. It just seems so fucking stupid for no reason. And I'm not even just talking about for this challenge. It's definitely worse for this challenge, but like, unless you, the one thing about it that makes it easy, which I can't do on this challenge, is that you can chain backstab Jory if you do it just right. And so if you have a normal build, you can actually make this fight really easy, which is why most people don't really complain too much anyway, at least once they discover that. But that still makes it poorly designed because, you know, you shouldn't just have to resort to such measures to make the fight tolerable, you know. And it's not even specifically like you're going to get wiped out, because, like, I'm not even really wearing armor, not much anyway. But it's just the amount of fucking spam you have to deal with in this fight as it goes on. It just makes it so fucking unfun, because you're just getting nothing but constant fucking enemy aggression. And the entire time you just have to fucking roll around and hope you don't get hit. Come on, Torrent, let's go, buddy. Oh no. Torrent, what happened? I don't know if I'll really care too much about getting winter lantern flies or anything here, because we're not going to be really crafting frenzied flame stuff. It's cool that they added frenzied flame pots. I like that that's an addition. I still wish that there were throwing, you know, darts and shit that you could craft that had elemental statuses, or even just or status ailments or elemental damage, like, you know, rot darts and fire darts, or just have some sort of special grease that allowed you to apply them specifically to bone darts. That'd be kind of cool. But yeah, so as much as it's cool to have that, like, added to the game, there's not really a lot of use that I'm going to get out of it in this current challenge, because most of the things that we're going to fight aren't really susceptible to madness, and the fire damage from it is not really as strong as just using, like, other fire pots. Oh, how did that go farther than... It's not where I was trying to throw that. Alright, game. Oof. That is... Why are all the NPCs in this so fucking overtuned, man? It's not just the damage they deal or anything, but they have so much fucking health. I rolled. Okay. Just ignore it, I guess. No, don't give me the madness handshake, thank you. Right, it's just gonna fucking sit over there and run that entire time out, huh? I don't know if we're gonna actually fucking kill this guy, frankly. He's wasting too much of my shit. And he's gonna heal at some point, which is just gonna take him right back up to full. I still really question that actually happening like that, but okay. I can get poisoned. Alright, thank you. Does this one not heal, or is he just being weird about it? But buddy, stop fucking wasting my shit by casting something that's not even gonna hit me from a million miles away. There we go. Really should have just ignored him, honestly. He's not in any way worth killing on this run. We're not using that weapon, and he doesn't drop anything else, really. Except for a small amount of runes. We have enough of those in storage. I don't need to craft more right now. Okay. But yeah, more just that sometimes I want to kill these enemies because they're in my way, and I know that with NPCs especially, they like to chase you quite a ways, so... Sure wish I could ride Torrent. There is... Okay, well that's the whole map then. There is some other useful stuff to get in the Abyssal Woods, but stuff that's probably not going to be anything that we need to go out of our way for. We just want the Shadow Tree fragments for now. 2 of which are right here. And there's one more a little deeper in the forest. Right before the first, like, pair of the... well, the first, like, one of the aging untouchables that's kind of, like, in the way. We can stealth past them, which is what we will do in order to get to the manse, although we're not going to do the manse now, or probably even today. We'll just get the grace there and come back later. Trying to think if there's anything else particularly useful around here. Probably nothing we overly need, so let's just go back. I know there's, like, at least some decent runes to collect. And there are cookbooks, but, again, they're pretty much all madness related, so... or frenzy flame shit. So I don't know that we're really going to need any of them. Like, I'll pick them up if they're conveniently near me or something, but outside of that, I don't really see the point. Get plenty of other Shadow Realm runes in other places if we need runes. So I guess this time we'll do what we were supposed to do. The first time I did this, you know, just regular run, which is to stealth by these guys, since that is what they intend for you to do. Of course, they did give you a means of actually killing them, but, you know, it's a little difficult. I do feel like there was one kind of good item off in that other direction. I just don't remember what it is and if it's particularly necessary to get. I think I'm just going to ignore it for now. And if it ends up being something more unique and I'm wondering why I don't have it, then I'll probably find out later and then we'll just come back and get it. Free! Free! Away, rat. Free somewhere else. Okay, those rocks really don't want to let you climb on them. Alright, so now... Now we get the joyous part of sneaking by these dudes. Which will be interesting, because it's a little easier to go past the ones on the left, because there's less of them. More specifically, the right side here is the one where you've got two of them near each other, which gets a little complicated for avoiding them. You spotted me? You're not even looking at me. What? How did that count as aggro? He clearly did not notice me. Probably going to die just because I don't really have much resistance or anything, so... Yep, let me know. They don't chase you forever, but they will chase you for a good while. Although, if I'm honest, I kind of thought he would stop. There we go. I kind of thought he would have stopped by now. Just took a minute. I forget sometimes that you can run while crouched. Also, hey, Nightmare, by the way. Sorry, I saw you come in and got, like, hyper-focused on sneaking past these guys. Alright, should be good now. How's the run going? It's going. It's definitely hard at the moment. Like, I feel like the base game was easier. Like, to be fair, I also knew the base game really well by the time I did the consumables only run. And other than Millennia and like Radagon and Elden Beast, I don't feel like I struggled very much on most of the boss fights. There was maybe one or two that were kind of difficult, but most of them were actually kind of easy. Well, at least for how I expected them to be, because our consumable damage was pretty good. And without even really using like crazy buffs, like there's some really good damage you can do with consumables if you set things up the right way. But in the DLC, with the way everything is scaled and all that kind of shit, it's definitely a little bit harder. So we're running into some struggles. It's not been too bad, but We also haven't killed that many things yet, so... But I've been kind of going on a collection mission before I really do a lot of boss clearing, because I still plan to do, like, all bosses. Of course, it doesn't really say that in the title, but that is the plan. Also, hey, Karate. How's it going? Yeah, hope y'all are having a good weekend so far. It's good to see you. I hope you had a good week as well, since I haven't really been able to stream and say hi to anybody at all for a while now. There is another cookbook, I think, up this way, which I could grab just in case one of these ends up being useful somehow, but I suspect it won't. There's also some Inquisitors up here, too, we'll have to deal with if we're going to grab it, but that is alright. The Inquisitors aren't a problem, it's just the... Maybe, I guess it's over there, not here. But yeah, it's just the aging Untouchables that are really a threat. The Inquisitors aren't really much of an issue unless they gang up on you, I guess. I fucking hate that instant hitbox, man. That's so dumb. Of course it missed. Kind of why I'm like trying to use kukris and fan daggers and shit a little bit more, because I don't necessarily mind buying resources. The only problem is that we can't just like restock on those like in the middle of just traversing. Like we have to, as soon as we run out, we have to rest, and we can only really replenish what we have stocked up. Nice headshot. The fucking strafing, dude. Not go as far as I wanted it to. Anyway, it just means I'll have to do a fair bit of farming before the next time we stream this, which might be tomorrow, or I might, I mean, assuming I get the chance to stream, or I might do Cryptmaster. We'll see what I'm feeling like and what I've got time for and all that. White Spirit looking owls, is there anything special about them? Honestly, I don't know. It's funny, like, you should ask, because when I was doing, I think it was around the time that I was doing the map markup stuff for the DLC, one of the other guys that I work with was running through this area, like, checking some stuff and verifying some things, and he ran across just one of those. He didn't realize at first that there were multiples of them, so he's like, what's up with this one owl? And then eventually he saw that there were more, but then, you know, the thing is that the, like, spirit owls are here, but there's also, like, some regular owls here, too, I think. Now, it's possible maybe they were all meant to be spirit owls, and they just screwed up and accidentally didn't make all of them the spirit variety. Because, again, sometimes when they go through, like, different iterations of setting up an area, you know, when they're building the game, they'll put in the enemy they want to put in there, but it'll be in sort of like a placeholder shape if it's not, like, the variety or the variant that they want to use. So it'll just be for, you know, for the sake of, like, wildlife, for example. You know how there's all the madness sheep and shit here, the frenzy flame inflicted sheep? It was just regular sheep originally, but at some point they switched them out to being the new frenzied variant. So we'll craft any of those because we have some in storage, but we will craft some of these. But yeah, I don't know if there's anything special about the Spirit Owls, if they maybe have like a slightly different drop rate, but they drop all the same shit, so I don't know.
Leave. Now. Come no closer.
You know, for once, Mindra, I'm gonna do what you ask.
Closer, I say. The man's worth.
So I don't think there's anything else that I need here right now. We will come back and kill you later, for sure, but it doesn't need to happen right at this moment. Okay, so we'll save that for later. So as far as... we don't have any of those. We're at level 13, Shadow Tree Blessing. We can get one from... well, if we go to the upper area, like Charles Hidden Grave and the mountaintops, we can get 2 total Shadow Tree fragments, but that's it. So we'd need another one from somewhere. And like I said, I think there's another 3 or 4 here, so that would be like 6. There's also some in the Shadow Keep, of course. The 5 behind Gaius. But then that'll more or less be it until the final ones at Anirlim. So yeah, what are we doing next? I still definitely should level up or put some priority on leveling up. We could try killing the hippo. I don't know if it's gonna go well because it isn't just the regular hippos and we can't just keep our distance like we did with the others. But we could give it a try. I don't know that the volcano pod is going to work well, but I kind of want to give it a shot. Let's see if we can just, like, squeeze out an extra level really quick. I need about 20,000, a little over 20,000 more. There's a cookbook, but I don't know if it'll be useful for you. Do you mean in Midra's Manse, or are you referring to somewhere else? And I hate leveling endurance levels. Same with like vigor levels. I just want to improve my damage, but it's just necessary right now. Hey, we can wear this and still be in light load. Alright, let's go. They may not stay that way depending on our talismans, but which one is it? Is another Mad Craftsman's one? Because I think that's... I don't remember off the top of my head anymore what it is. Too sleepy. Yeah, I think these always give you like Frenzied Flame shit. So what's the... so it's Mad Craftsman's Cookbook 3, I'm assuming. Which one does that give you again? Which item? Like trying to remember and I can't really. Specifically, is it to craft the frenzy stone thingies? What are they called? I probably don't have any to look at. Not frenzy flame stones like the warming stones, but you know the ones that like the frenzy sprite stone thingies that just like shoot little frenzy bolts out randomly. That would be a consumable, but again, it's not necessarily one that we want to use because the damage of it is not going to be overly great, and the madness will do next to nothing for us. I beat Makar and Renala yesterday. I don't know if I want to do Kaled or Galmir next. Early Kaled, as in not the parts that are Dragon Barrow, is scaled pretty much for early game, so that's usually a good place to go. All the bits that are part of Dragon Barrow, on the other hand, are scaled up to be much later game, so those areas usually are a bit harder. Although there are some really good rune rewards if you manage to kill stuff there, like Grail, for example. Yeah, Surging Frenzied Flame. That's what it is. So yeah, we don't really need those right now. Wait, where am I going? Shit. Whoops. I definitely like the look of the other jar. As much as I'm someone who doesn't mind embracing the absurdity and all that, I just like that the other one does not fill up so much of your screen, for one thing. And I don't like the design of this one as much. It just looks... It's definitely embracing just silly, whereas this one actually kind of passes for like a helmet. It's just a silly helmet. This thing is like more than twice as large, and it's got like the tapered... Well, technically it's the bottom, but the tapered bottom to it, which makes it look different. It's like a vase almost. Alright, let's try volcano pots on this guy and see what kind of damage they can do. I'm not gonna buff yet, because again, the thing about using consumable buffs is that you just don't want to like go crazy on your usage of that shit. That damage is not terrible, actually. Well, I tried to attack there and nothing happened. See, this is what I mean. Not that okay, I'm literally stuck in his body. Okay, here we go. Problem is, once we get to phase 2... okay, there was just no roll at the end there, where there was supposed to be one. I hate how much you just get stuck in his body in this fight sometimes. We're already in phase 2, are we? Okay, just stop rolling, I guess. Yep, I couldn't go anywhere. I got stuck on something. Okay, well, I don't think that was going too terribly. I really fucking dislike the big pot. I really wish it was not so fucking large. I genuinely almost wish that I had a cheat to make it look like something else. It's like, for the moment, the 2% extra damage is probably not worth having it on. Just sacrificing so much visibility in the fight, I can't fucking see what I'm doing half the time. With the camera already being as wonky as it is here, and... I shouldn't need to worry about my runes. Pre-rolled it. Okay, I rolled, but I don't know if that was an Eden input. I think I might have just been late. That time at least, that's good. damage. Go ahead and top off for the bonus damage. Oh, no, 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 I'm out. No, fucking buffered roll. Can't believe I still got hit by that. Fuck off, game. That was a delayed ass hitbox. Come on. That was not improperly rolled. That's some fucking bullshit. He did a weird fucking move. Like, he turned mid-drop. Like, it actually made him go farther forward than usual. We should start with Kukris, I think. I think that the fire is not bad, but I don't think it's really doing a lot for us here. In which case, I think we should switch to something else temporarily, just maybe some extra dexterity, just so we're taking less damage, although it's probably not going to make a huge difference. Wish I had anything that just made you do more damage. Maybe a spear talisman will do something. We can get a lucky counter hit from time to time. Like how this guy's just called Golden Hippopotamus. Yeah, he looks nothing like a hippo except for his mouth. Okay, game. Let me roll, please. Alright. Cool. We love that one. The final roll was definitely my fault, but I don't know why I couldn't roll that second attack. That was not like any sort of a true combo. It just didn't let me fucking roll. I forget to buff anyway. I'm glad they fixed the hitbox on that, because sometimes you could roll that seemingly very properly and you would just get hit by it anyway. By the grab. Use the bleed finally. Shit. Just fuck that up real bad. Fuck, I hate that. I needed to... That was not well timed, but the issue wasn't even specifically the timing there. It was just the direction that I chose to roll. Okay, just don't let me roll, I guess. Shouldn't have double healed. Rolled the wrong way. Oh, what? Bro, that's some fucking bullshit. Come on. Oh, that almost fucking cost me. That was almost extreme fucking levels of bullshit. So he instant grabbed me because he did the attack right in front of me, which is something they still need to fix, by the way. Because they fixed the later hitbox, but not the early hitbox for some fucking reason. Where you just get insta-grabbed the moment the attack starts if you happen to be standing in front of him, which is real dumb. Because that is not how that should work, because there's just no avoiding it. You just have to never fucking stand in front of him or else you just get screwed. And I wasn't worried about dying to that, but the problem is that for some reason my lock-on broke. And then as soon as I got let out of the grab, I was like, okay, it's all right. I just have to press square once and he's dead. But then the attack went sideways instead of at him, and then he almost fucking hit me with his follow-up attack, which would have almost certainly killed me. So that was very close to being terrible. But at least we got it. Alright, we only need 21k for another level, so let's just kill like a couple of enemies rather than using consumable runes while we're here. Oh, that dude fell. I'm gonna have to farm all this shit up again anyway, so might as well just use farmable stuff. What we probably ought to be doing even is just to make sure we get there a little bit quicker is use that. Okay, we are already there. Already. Here we go. Okay, switch that back to the thingy, which is there. Oh, it's okay. It's a frenzied flame pot. I thought there was like some other weird like explosive stone in my inventory, in my crafting inventory for a second there, and I was like just very confused as to how I had access to such a thing. I'm trying to think if there's, I guess there's like an item or two to grab, but there's not really much here. I guess we just go level up, because I mean, I suppose I should see what that item is, just in case it's a crafting material or something that I'd want. Uh-oh, I die. A little too cocky with that one. Alright. But yeah, we've already come from the specimen storehouse, so there's not much to get there. Seven red flesh mushrooms, I guess, is actually not really too bad to get at this point, so sure. Aren't there, oh shit, aren't there like some golden vials or something here too? Get wall cheesed. Huh, Interesting that the other guy is not considered in combat with me right now, despite the fact that he's attacking. Nice job. Sir, you were supposed to keep using your bow so I could just leisurely throw fucking pots at you. It'd be stylish to get that one hit in there, but he smacked me before I had a chance. So that's certainly helpful. So it's just one golden vow, though. I mean, it's better than nothing, but cool to have a little bit more than that for sure. How's it feel, Black Knight? To be a bitch. And he is really holding that shield up, though. I don't blame him, but... Ah, there we go. I was gonna say, I thought there were more golden vows here than just the one, but... they were separate. Alright, HD committing war crimes, yes. It's just the way things are done in the Realm of Shadow and the lands between, honestly. I'm pretty sure I committed a few there as well. Currently eating Pocky as I work on music editing. Ooh, nice. What kind of Pocky? Like just the standard variety or something a little different? Yeah, I like me a good Pocky too. Alright, there's some blessed bone shards here. I should definitely pick those up. Damn, none of them died. They all came just short. Not really worthwhile. Alright, wait, I'm still in combat. I said it that way, but... Yep. Nice, Karate. That fucking emote gets a lot of mileage. Honestly. Anytime anybody does like an Italian, an impression of an Italian accent, it's just gotta bust that one out. Okay, hold up. I like the regular chocolate the most, I think. Yeah, they're pretty fucking good. I do like the off-brand Pockies being creative with the flavors too. I guess I saw one being pizza flavored. No idea how, but I haven't tried it. Yeah, that does sound interesting. I don't know. Like, it might not be bad, right? Because obviously, you know, you think of Pocky and you're kind of thinking of like the chocolate ones or other like sweet varieties, but I could understand there being like a savory variety and having it being, you know, decent. I forgot there was an item over here. I don't even remember what that is. Yeah, nothing worthwhile for me. Well, I did not mark up the dungeons, so that's fine, but hopefully the person that did knew that that was there. Because I would have definitely probably fucked it up. Not really. I would have been more thorough. Yo, Sneak, what's up? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Hope you had a good week and are having a good weekend. Also, Miss Grant, hello, hello. Same to you. Hope you're doing well. Only proof pickled liver. I think we have all the recipes, or we have most of them, because I think I screwed up and accidentally got... Okay, we don't actually have most of them we have, but I think we have the ones that are likely going to matter more. It would be nice to have the spell proof one, too, for dealing with Rolana, but just have to make do. I mean, the opaline will also work in a pinch, and if nothing else, we can just use the spell-proof dried livers instead of the spell-proof pickled livers. Alright, so there's an item over here, but then that's really it. So we don't really need to open that door. It's terrible dodge. If you heard my dog in the background just now or not, but might have been an item next to that door, but I'm gonna guess if there is, it's nothing important, and I'm not too sure that there is anything there, so I'm just gonna ignore that. Alright, let's get that level. It probably wouldn't hurt to get up to 20 endurance, but I think I'll wait since we're at the level now that we can wear the Great Jar when we want to. I think most of the time I'm just going to stick to the regular jar because the Great Jar is fine, and I'm glad that it does give us an additional 2% damage over, well, assuming that that's accurate, 2% damage over the regular jar for normal pots, because that does kind of add up, especially with, like, the volcano pots, but, unless it's, like, 2% across the entire attack and not, well, I don't know, not just like a 2% damage increase for each tick, but although I suppose that would be more or less the same, but for the hefty pots, those are not affected by the regular jar. I kind of wish that they were. Not that I think that it's bad that they added a new jar, but I just wish it wasn't so gigantic that it kind of fucks with the camera sometimes. Yeah, for now I'm just gonna level a little bit more strength. So far, so good. Just relaxing this weekend with all those adult responsibilities like cleaning, laundry, feeding myself. Yeah, I feel you. A lot of that shit starts to kind of fall by the wayside when I get extremely busy with work, and just kind of be that way. Why did you send me that? That's weird. Alright, well, whatever. I'll check that later. I'm trying to think where all there are Shadow Tree fragments in the Shadow Keep. There's one right before Mesmer. And then, of course, we have some in Ancient Ruins over here. And we got the one from the Church District already, but I think there's another one or two in here. Well, we got the two from the Hippo, obviously. And I'm going to look this up because I forget where they all are. Let's see in my handy progression notes. anything here. Let me play low quality build life, please. One thing I wish I wasn't true was how everything feels like a race. I don't know, I feel like humans have always been focused on min-maxing life. To a degree, yes. I think it depends on where you live, of course, but yeah, because there's a big cultural aspect to it. But society in general, kind of, almost no matter where you live, does put at least some pressure on you to be, you know, productive in some fashion, whether that's or not even really productive, but contributive, like, towards society, like whether it's your job or you're having kids and you're getting married and blah 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 blah, you know. And certainly in the US or any like any part of the West, really, that's definitely a mentality that is very apparent, but especially specifically in the US, there's always been this stupid sense of rugged individualism that we've kind of built on, which many have realized is not very good. A good mentality to have, especially when the whole like pick yourself up by your bootstrap shit doesn't work, and when the system is kind of built to not work that way, especially these days. But, you know, people will go on believing that they're just temporarily embarrassed billionaires and one day they'll be rich, you know. It's just that easy. Alright, sorry, let me finish looking at where this was here. So yeah, I know there's a Michaela's Cross in, like, part of the storehouse. We can get one. There's 2 from the Hippo, which we already got. There is one by the back gate we could technically get, because I haven't gone to the hinterlands yet, so that is an option. And then 1 before Mesmer. So there's at least 2 we can grab by going up, and then 1 more we can go get by going through the rest of the church district stuff towards the back gate, you know, from the loft and everything. So there's 3 there, and then I guess if we end up feeling like it, we could try Gaius, but I don't know how well that's gonna go, if I'm honest. So let's start. Let's just start by doing some stuff here. To a point, because like I said, I'm not going to stream super long today, but I feel like our damage could still be better, but it does seem like it's better than it was. Put that on, we might be able to get away with a few less throws. Some of these guys. Alright, I do want to go down there, but first I want to get to, like, the next grace so I don't have to redo the enemies here. Just, again, trying to be somewhat conservative with the amount of resources we're spending here. He didn't notice I was there, he just did his scripted action. Alright, we're gonna want to talk to Ansbach over here and stuff, but I think what we'll do is forgo talking to Freya as much as it pains me to do so. Because, okay, because we want the Miquella's adherents, Miquella's followers, whatever you want to call them. We want that fight to be as tolerable as possible. And as much as I would like to just have as much of any sort of full challenge with consumables only as possible by the time we get there, those NPCs have so much health, and I want to say Dane can actually heal too, so we might even end up having to summon. So I want Ansbach to be an option. Same with Tialia probably. But I want to fight as few enemies there as possible. So we already, again, sucky as it is, we already got rid of more. Even though we technically didn't need to. We could have just said, I don't know, and he would have just sat there, I guess, for the rest of the game. But I kind of wanted to get his stuff anyway. And also just to kind of show off that particular outcome on stream, since I didn't do that the first time. We craft more before you get ambushed here. I'm curious what kind of damage these guys take from volcano pods. Probably not very much. It's pretty small amount for sure. Went around the corner pretty quickly there. Sometimes I feel like their head comes down just low enough for me to like actually get a headshot, but then it doesn't really count as one. Like, if I had hit him in the middle of that, it probably would have, but... And the Fire Knight's so frustrating to fight. They have a great moveset. Yeah. Not so bad when you can keep your distance, but not the easiest guys to fight for sure. Particularly for melee. Come on, stop fucking sidestepping. Had a little bit of damage drop off there or something, because I'm surprised that didn't kill him in two. Alright, easy enough. much more do we have? We're down to 179. It's not too bad, but definitely gonna have a lot of farming ahead of me for sure. I still, you know, because they don't really let you get this in the DLC, and that is one thing that, like, as much as I do like that there are new consumables and new crafting materials, it'd be nice too for this sort of run to not have to return to the base game to farm, which is again kind of why I wish that they just made everything sort of purchasable with bell bearings instead of just some of the things. I'm glad they at least made most of the like hard shit purchasable, but it could still be a little bit better. Stop your sidestepping bullshit. Attaboy. But yeah, like, it would be so much easier to farm runes and then use those runes to just buy the shit that I need. You know, not that that wouldn't potentially be kind of boring in its own right, but honestly, you know, I would just, at this point, prefer easy over, you know, like, riveting fucking farming. I mean, I guess if it were entertaining, that would still be, like, nice, but the issue isn't so much that it's boring so much as just that I have to do so much of it that it becomes kind of tedious. Because, like, the cracked crystal farm is, again, not too bad. It's just a lot of, like, you go into Celia, at least the farm that I do. I go into Celia Crystal Tunnel in Caelid, and just, you know, from the Grace, I just run into the first room where all those Kindred of Rot are, and the, you know, Glintstone Miners. And I just grab, because there's a big pile of them in there, you just kind of like run in, grab a bunch, run up the way, grab a few. You have to usually kind of mix in a couple of dodges of pest threads, but you know, I know the timing on that pretty well, so it's not hard to do. Hoping I wouldn't get hit there, but whatever. But yeah, you know, you can do like a handful of loops of that and get like at least 10 or 12 or something per loop, which is not great, but it's a quick enough loop to not be like too much of an issue. But I do wish they were like better for sure. All right, let me craft some of these. Do the materials reset on rest, or is there a time limit? No, that. Do you mean like do they respawn like for the ones that you're picking up, or? Because yeah, it's just as soon as you rest, they come back. At least that's how they're supposed to work. Unless it's like a rare material. Yeah, okay, that's what I figured that you meant. It's not like reset doesn't make sense. I just wanted to make sure that you didn't mean something else. Why am I using that? Ouch. Okay. Oh, okay, game. Sure. That's totally what the button I just pressed. I most definitely hit circle twice. I'm not sure where that attack just came from. I went to attack him, like I hit that button twice, and he interrupted me during part of it, and then I went to move and roll, which it did, but then an extra attack just came out of fucking nowhere. Fucking Elden Ring, man. My god, stop missing. I hate that shit. Hey, free kukri. Don't mind if I do. I know, for some of these guys, we're just going to sneak by because I don't want to refight, all, especially the Fire Knights. I'll kill the one that killed me, but... What's that patrol? I don't like that this one, like, insta-aggroes to you, like, no matter what. I mean, if he wants to de-aggro, that's fine with me. We don't need to kill that guy. I mean, sunk cost fallacy maybe, but I'd have spent a lot of resources on him already, so it would be potentially worth killing him, but... Damn it. It's out of fucking thingies, though. Ooh, nice. If only I wasn't beholden to wearing the jar. I somehow feel safer shutting off my room lights at the time and where I am. If I left it on, the window looks pitch black, and I always think some creepy ass face is gonna pop out. But if I shut it off, outside it becomes brighter because of the street lamp outside. Yeah, that makes sense. I remember John Wolf joking about every enemy or boss, I don't remember exactly, in the DLC is like fighting a Star Wars kid. And it's all I can think of when I see an enemy with a lot of spin moves and combos. Yeah, that makes sense. Just the Star Wars kid from the meme. They really want to drop their equipment for me this time. This is not where I said to throw that. I don't know if I got any of the Shadow Militiaman stuff in my main playthrough. I really dislike the difference in damage that the Ritual Sword Talisman makes sometimes. Just when you end up feeling like you gotta use it to maximize damage for this run. First, get your runes. Okay, I don't know why my rolls in this one spot are just kind of being ignored here. Okay, that one's on me. I wish that I wasn't fighting in such a tiny space. I don't even especially care that you're resistant to fire. If I can do some passive damage to you anyways, I might as well. Since targeting you normally here sucks. Very unnecessary enemy to kill, but first of all, revenge had to happen, but I didn't get the revered spirit ash down there, did I? Maybe I did. We can always get it later if we need to. It's not like I'm gonna be really using those at all. And if I do break down and use some spirit ashes, we don't necessarily need them to be maxed out on blessings. Maybe I did before or something. Like last time. Alright, we're up to 14. Hang on 1 second. Gotta check my messages here. Okay, 2. Alright. Light reading doesn't cut it anymore. You gotta bust out the stone tablets. Yep, indeed. Alright, so that's one of the fragments. The other one is up before Mesmer, and then so we can work our way towards that one, and then there's one right before the Hinterland area in Shadowview, so it's hard not to say Scadu a lot of the time. That might hit me. Kind of want this guy to get closer, so I'm not just allowing him to fling shit at me from all the way up there. It's not like it would benefit me as well, I suppose, but Sir, you chose the wrong time to charge in. You should have done that long ago. Clearly, it was the more effective strategy for you guys against me. Alright. Or maybe I'm remembering the other playthrough. I know that I got it in that playthrough. I just don't know if I got it in this one. Ow. This fucking bats still do too much fucking damage sometimes. We have another level for sure already, more than. So that's good, because that's kind of what we need right now. Alright, so here's the thing that we need for Ansbach, just to progress his thing, which we'll probably want to do regardless. Yo, Rez, how's it going? Welcome in, everybody. Thank you so much for the raid. Hold on a second. Let me get you a shout out here. Keyboard's being funky. Hold on.
Egale.
Try that again. There we go. That's better. Rez, how was your stream? Again, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, folks. So you were playing Zenless Zone Zero. I don't know if I'm familiar with that one. What is that game? And yeah, thank you so much for the raid. I hope that the stream was well, the game was fun, whatever it is. Hope you've been having a good weekend, everybody. Just gotta see. Alright, it's not bad damage for that, for sure. How did he avoid dying there? Okay. Yeah, that's right. We went in the room there. We're good. Did some shadows first, then Descendant, then ZZZ. It was great. Hope Shadows is treating you well. Yes. I'm enjoying the DLC quite a bit. I mean, I have beaten it already. I'm doing a consumables only playthrough at the moment, which in the DLC has definitely been challenging to say the least, but we're having fun with it. I've already done the full base game, or I did a while back before the DLC came out, so we're just continuing that character. But yeah, I think hearing you refer to it as ZZZ, I think I've seen that mentioned on Twitch before, but I don't really know anything about the game. What sort of game is it exactly? Is it action like this, or? Get some more boss practice tonight for some runs that we're hoping to do. Nice. Any sort of challenge runs in particular that you're looking to do next? natural enough. Fun little 3-person free-to-play anime type game. Shadows, I'd like to eventually do DLC hit list and maybe expand on it. You know, yeah. I don't know if I'll ever have hit lists on my agenda again. Well, I've never done like straight hit lists anyway. I've done deathless challenges of some of these games. The closest I've done in general to all of that was Sekiro damage list, but even there I didn't 100% complete that. I got down to like a PB of like 5, but that was the closest I got. So I was struggling on like 1 or 2 encounters. Okay, I want to come and get that, but just go ahead and get this grace. Sorry, Freya, but we're gonna have to just leave you here so you just stay in the library and read for the rest of the game. Whatever you have fun with is what matters. Oh yeah, for sure. The thing for me is like when I originally got into trying to do Sekiro damage lists, like I had already completed death lists for that one, which was fun, although certainly challenging too. But when I was trying to get into that one, it was like right around the time that I first started working on Future Press strategy guides, and I was just super busy at the same time. So I just didn't really have time to really dedicate to practicing, which just made it like really hard to get into most of it. Come on, pick it up. Thank you. Apparently this one Fire Knight is just going to notice me every time now. It's alright.
By my lord, will I ever make sense
Let
of
me...
this jungle?
I'm going to go ahead and rest here really quick before we move on, and then before I continue, like I said, we'll go through the rest of Shadowkeep minus Mesmer and stuff just to get the Shadow Tree fragments. But yeah, before I continue, I'm just going to run to the bathroom really quick. Here we go to run to the store before it rains. Got you tabbed up and loud. I appreciate it. And yeah, don't worry about it. Take care of yourself. Do any after stream stuff you got to do. And yeah, enjoy. But yeah, everybody else, I will be back in like just 1 minute, so I'm not going to put on the BRB screen or anything. I'm just going to run to the bathroom and be right back. already. I'm back. Sorry about that. I wonder. I do have a lurk command, but it doesn't look like anything's showing up unless it's just OBS doing that, but, you know, I wonder if my lurk command is just not working for some reason. Hold on. Oh, whatever. I'll fix it later. Welcome back. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I think, oh, that's right. I probably turned it off because originally I had it set up to, just pump out the lurk emote that we've got, but then that also kind of requires, or used to require, that you be, or that the bot be subscribed for it to even show up. But now I could probably set that to one of the free emotes, so I could probably fix that again. If I didn't already, because it might actually be. I'll have to look. Okay, let's see. This is not where we want to be. We need to send the thing up. That's right, you didn't see shit there, Fire Knight. Honestly, you know, normally I feel like when you're doing any other run, you pick up consumable or craftable materials, crafting materials, and you just end up kind of feeling like, okay, whatever, that's not useful to me. But on these runs, it's like specifically what I want to pick up a lot of the time, just so I don't have to farm it, at least when it's like from something useful. I probably should go down and get the thing, the talisman there, because it's potentially a useful one, so... Let me just go see if I can snag that really quick, then we'll just warp back up. Sorta almost fucked that up, but we're fine. Yep. Anything that can give us like good passive defenses when we're not really wearing very much is still worth picking up, even if we don't end up really using it. I guess we'll probably try to pick up all the shit in the loft too. Although again, a good number of those things are probably items that we don't care about in the slightest. Since we're gonna go that way to get that other Erdtree fragment anyway. Probably not a bad idea.
Why, my lord? Will I ever make sense of this
Well,
jungle?
Freya. I tell you, you could fucking heal, bitch. I don't think so. Alright, so we could drop down for the Impenetrable Thorn spell, but again, not really much point in doing it on this character. So I think I'll just skip it. But we do need to fight Cood over here, Captain Cood. And then I need to go back down and speak with Ansbach just to move his stuff along with the scroll. Before we leave, I mean. Fuck. Timing of that was not great.
By my lord.
We're just gonna hear Freya repeat this phrase
Stumble.
until we leave, pretty much. Don't sidestep. Yes, get bled. Don't bleed me or burn me. Get blocked. That Ash of War is actually really good. I think I said that before, but it's just, as long as you're not fighting something that's super fire resistant, like it gives you basically something very similar to Impaling Thrust in melee. So you get the Impaling Thrust damage, and it buffs your weapon with fire, and a pretty hefty amount of it too, for like a minute and a half, so like 90 seconds. Or not 90 seconds, sorry, no, that one's only 40 seconds, not 90. I'm thinking of a different buff, but even still, 40 seconds is still pretty good for like an Ash of War self buff. And then, you know, you get that projectile on top of it too, which does pretty okay damage on it as well. So you can double hit with it, which is really nice. You just have like a lot you can do with it. And so as long as you're not fighting something like super fire resistant, it usually puts in a lot of work. And again, is also just a good option for more ranged specific builds, or sorry, melee specific builds, just to give you a ranged option, is what I meant to say. So we're just making our way back to Ansbach really quick. And then we will go the other way. So we're done here. Otherwise.
What could they possibly implicate? Well, yes, even the... As if he plans to... He has. Beggars, I'm afraid one thing. Righteous you have given, but I can hardly... I am a war. Curse it, I could spend the apps.
Alright, that should get him to move on, and since we're ignoring Freya's, then that's just gonna have to be the way that is. Alright, so that's it for that. Let me go back to the first floor one more time. I mean, we're still on it, but the Grace, I mean. And then we will go down this way so we can open the way to Ancient Ruins. Surprised he got over that there. I thought he was getting stuck on the hitbox of that, or the collision of that thing. Wow, we went all the way down to 241 volcanic stone too. Like, I I had like 800 something, I think. No, well, I don't know. It might not have been that much. Maybe it was more like 600 something. It was still a lot. It certainly made plenty, but this goes to show you that when you're using nothing but consumables, you can still definitely go through them very fast, especially in the DLC where everything takes that much more to kill. Not the direction I wanted to dodge there, but it's fine. We didn't get hit. So weird to find a gold pickled foul foot in here. I'm sure in some of these cases they were just like, what item do I put here? But you'd think that they would just put in like the horn tender since that's like the upgraded version. What does 4 give you again? Sun Warmth Stone. I mean, you know, we could potentially use that. I mean, it is certainly a consumable. The main downside to using those stones, warming or sun warmth or otherwise, is mainly just that somehow that guy didn't aggro to me. Okay, well now he is. But yeah, the trouble with using those specific consumables is that they also heal enemies. So, you know, on something like Elden Beast, that might not be so bad, just because oftentimes you're going to be like kind of distant, or at least semi-distant. But on other stuff that's going to like chase you down and be in your face, like it's kind of hard to use without just healing the enemy too. Okay, we're almost out of materials or cracked crystal to craft more of these, so. Maybe Kukuru would be better against these ones, or this one over here. This is a biggin who has a lot of HP. Does have that stupid blood ground debuff too, which he'll probably cast on me now. No, it's still on him. I thought he could move that towards where you are. Should have a hefty pot. Yes, okay, good. Every little bit helps, I guess. Surprise on that one. definitely have like a bunch of these in storage, so we just can't craft many, so I need to try to start being a little conservative until we finish up here, which is probably not going to be long from now, because, well, A, we're running out of resources, but B, I do need to get on with some work that I said that I would do here over the weekend. But yeah, like I said, I will still probably try to stream tomorrow if I can, unless I get like super swamped with something, which normally I would, you know, just kind of insist that I have some time off over the weekend, because it's not like I shouldn't be entitled to that, but we are like 1 week away from being 100% finished with this, and sometimes just gotta do a little extra, so I don't necessarily mind in that regard. But yeah, so if I can, I will stream tomorrow, but it'll just depend on if, assuming not too much stuff comes up. All right. Just give me all your crafting materials, please. I hate that that spell, like, continues to persist for a while. Alright, I'm just gonna... We're gonna get off the fucking... Ah, fuck. Alright, stop with the spin to win. I'm running out of stamina. See, you know what's especially annoying is that this motherfucker's version of that spell does so much damage. The version that you get is, like, pitiful. I mean, it's not like it's an insane amount or anything, but it's enough to still be really annoying. And it's still going. Wasn't paying attention. Are you working on the DLC feature press guide too? Yes. I mean, it's almost finished now, but we already announced it, of course. It's just putting on the last, like, couple of finishing touches before it goes to print. Easily one of the worst in cans. Glad it's having fun though, yeah. In person, I wasn't even thinking about you having an affiliate. I don't have an affiliate link, but yeah, it should be on, like, Amazon and you know, Future Press's own site, of course. But yeah, it's just like the Elden Ring Books of Knowledge, Volume 3, Shadow of the Erdtree. Official strategy guide by Future Press. Okay, so I think before we wrap things up, I kind of want to kill the hippo that's over there and maybe see if we can't get one more Shadow Tree fragment. Oh yeah, we'll get the one from back in here rather than trying to hunt down the ones in here, so let's just kill the hippo. Okay. Because he's down there, so I just need to be able to get to that point, which I think I can from this, otherwise we have to go through part of the level, but that's okay. Let's make sure we pick this up this time, because we're going to want that for later. No, that's just Spirit Calculus. Where's the... Oh, that's right. Never mind. The Bondstone thingy is in, it's behind that one illusory wall. I don't know why I mixed those up. It's on Amazon right now for cheaper than MSRP, currently $30.08. Yeah, like, so we don't really have any control over that, or I shouldn't say we specifically, but just, you know, Future Press. Because basically Amazon pays for whatever it is they want from the typical distributors, and beyond that, the rest is up to them. So the price you see on Future Press's site is just kind of that's the price of the book itself for what it normally sells for. So if you see a deal on Amazon or something like that, then I always recommend taking it. It's not gonna not gonna bother anyone at Future Press if you do. I don't remember if there's any particular reason to bother killing these guys, except that maybe one of them drops the spear, but we don't really need that. But it's not like it would hurt to have either. These guys are kind of resistant to fire. I don't think they'll chase me onto the elevator, at least the one didn't. Fuck that hurt. Looking forward to Volume 3 and Bloodborne shipping. Love doing big wrap-up playthroughs with the guides. Nice. Yeah, they're really, really nice. It's really been a really cool opportunity to get to work on them in the first place. Because, you know, it's not just something that they just kind of specifically reach out to hire people for necessarily, or that they, in the traditional channels of just having, like, people reaching out via job postings or anything like that. It's kind of like a by referral thing. It's really only when they're looking for people. For some reason I thought that guy dropped the spear, but maybe, I guess not. Unless it's just like a random drop, in which case I just got lucky getting it one time or something like that. Alright. But yeah. I hope that you enjoy it when you get it. Both of y'all, or anyone who ends up getting one, or ordering one, I should say. You know, knock on wood and everything, but I don't believe it'll be, you know, delayed any particular way compared to what we ran into a lot with the previous books. With those, there were just a lot of things holding up the development itself, but that was just completely out of our control. But in other aspects, like, even by the time we had it done, the shipment itself took a while because, well, at least especially to the U.S., because, well, the U.S., Canada, etc., just North America, because all of that stuff has to come by boat. to deliver that big of a giant like container or ship several containers worth of books, which is slow. It's a slow, tedious process that requires careful planning and all that, and you can't just like order a boat. You know, you have to be able to align that shit with when that's gonna happen. So, and I remember like we had everything set up and it was at print and all that kind of stuff, but then we missed like the boat by like 1 day, literally 1 day, which meant that our initial departure time for like the first shipment was off by like 2 weeks or something like that. And that also meant that it pushed the rest of the deliveries off, or the actual distribution off, by like a whole month or something like that. So it ended up being way later than it was supposed to be. And that was already after it had been delayed numerous times just from one thing or another. Give me your fragment, please. Thank you. Alright, so that's it for down here, I think. I never did go down there to get anything from that, but it's not like I really need that talisman either. In fact, I prefer to keep in light roll, so the Verdigris talisman isn't going to do much of anything for us. Okay. Let's come back up here. Well, no, we're done with this for the moment. I'll just leave that as our grace for later. So what we want to do... Did I get... I hope I fucking got the... I'm pretty sure. Back section? I want to come back up here and go through the loft so that we can go down and then get the final Shadow Tree fragment that's right before Gaius Hinterland, so that we've got that one. There. I should probably level up, actually. I likely won't even take the plastic off it. My volume 1 and 2 still have the plastic on them. Yeah. I finally have some of my own copies of some of them. I'm still actually waiting on the first guidebook copy, but I have copies of Horizon Forbidden West and the second book. 2 copies of the second book for Elden Ring, and then I've got also a copy of Armored Core 6, which I didn't work on, but I just happened to get one. I mean, I was working on stuff with them when that project started, and I think I might have helped them with like 1 or 2 little things, but I didn't really work on the guide itself. But yeah, none of those are, like, they're all still wrapped in plastic. I haven't unwrapped any of them. But hopefully I'll be able to get copies of the first one as well, or at least a copy, because it's been forever since I've been able to really get anything. Which way does this Fire Knight go? Strap your embers for me, please. Surprised you don't have volume 1. Is there a reason you don't? It's just like in order to get our copies, like you'd assume that as soon as we finish working on them that they would just send them, but obviously we have to wait for them to get like fully printed and then distributed and all that kind of stuff, and then the guy responsible for actually sending them to us, who's my boss, just is not always great about sending those things out when he's supposed to, so it's a matter of usually, I guess, getting them eventually. It's just sometimes it takes fucking forever. Yeah, I also have some older guides too. Those ones just from back before I worked on any of the projects, and I just, you know, bought them like anybody else would. I have the Dark Souls 2 guide. I have the Bloodborne guides. I think that might be it. I thought about getting the compendium, the Dark Souls compendium at one point, but never really got around to it. Probably should have considered snagging it when they did like a reprint, but yeah, maybe one day. We'll see. Is it always raining at Bestial Sanctum? Technically, no. That's weird. You can wait in Dragon Barrow long enough for the rain to go away, but oftentimes whenever you're in Dragon Barrow, it's just always raining. But usually it, like, that was something that was always a huge pain in the ass, because you couldn't even, like, really turn that off for, like, in debug for some reason. So whenever I wanted to take outdoor pictures, whenever I was in Dragon Barrow with, like, the debug version of Elden Ring for just nice artistic screenshots and stuff, like, it would just always have rain. So I'd have to, like, try to do other things to mitigate it, which is kind of funny, because if you mess around with the free camera, you can, like, I'll let you in on a little secret. Rain in this game follows you around like it's your own personal storm cloud. Or more specifically, it follows, like, a big area around you that's kind of centered on the camera. And if you go into the free cam with the debug, and then you like pause the game via the free camera and then just kind of shift the camera around, the rain won't, it doesn't follow it, because the rain itself is also just frozen in place. But then as soon as you, like, whenever you have the free cam on, you can advance time, like, frame by frame, which is really cool. I don't know about fighting this guy here. Roll that one. The timing of the positioning where I was just made it not really doable. We got you. And I'm almost out of darts. I guess I technically have more cracked crystal in... No, I don't. Never mind. I thought I had more in storage, but I guess it was just what I have on me. Fuck that Fire Knight, yeah. Not exactly a great one to deal with, for sure. Just edit out the rain, but that would be a huge pain in the ass. Yeah, I don't think that that's particularly reasonable to have to do. It's the rain is really, especially in Dragon Barrow, is like really aggressive, so it's kind of a lot to get rid of. Might kind of fuck with the overall quality of your image to some degree. I think there's one more item over there, and there might be something else that I missed possibly, but I'm not going to worry too much about it. Again, the same thing just happened, where I pressed the attack button 3 times and only 2 darts came out. And then when I went to attack again, he was already, like, leaping, so it was just late. I don't know why that happened twice up here. Once is, like, a strange glitch, but twice is, like, something's weird. Okay, which way was the exit again? Is it over there? Yes. That he is. Wow, we've actually been going for 4.5 hours. Holy shit. I said it would be a short stream too, and apparently I lied. I guess he's not coming through. Yeah, time really does fly. So I guess it won't really be that short, but yeah, once I get down there and I get that last fragment, I think we'll probably call it there, just because I am running low on materials anyway, but I do need to be responsible and get some other shit done, so... But yeah, I will likely try to stream tomorrow. Again, I'll have a bit of a similar cutoff time because I should have a call tomorrow, I believe, around, well, in about a half an hour from now tomorrow, but... Damn, I'm stuck under the elevator. Your work is high priority, but receiving a copy of your work is kind of low-hanging fruit. I mean, I'll be honest with you, it's something that when you do this sort of work, you absolutely should expect to receive, like, some sort of physical version, assuming that that's the type of shit you do. You know, you should receive a copy of the thing that you worked on, like, really fucking hard. Just to kind of, you know, put it up on your shelf, if nothing else, to say, like, yeah, I made this, you know, that's really nice. And usually the deal is that they'll try to give you multiple copies so that if you want to give some as gifts or whatever, you can do that too. But or if you just even want to have your own copies to potentially sell later, you could do that. But because Future Press is aware that people like to resell these things, and usually there's some value there. But yeah, my boss has not been great about about getting those things in a timely fashion, and I think part of it is just because he's done this for so long that he seems to kind of forget how important it is for, you know, people like authors, especially freelancers, kind of in my position, you know, how important it is to get like some sort of representation of the thing that you worked on, instead of just like, you know, access to a handful of files that contain the PDFs where, you know, because they obviously make digital versions too in PDF form, but even the versions that I have access to of those kind of things are usually not the 100% final version. They're usually like the 99.9% complete, but missing any sort of last minute revisions that were done, or reprint revisions as well. So they don't necessarily have the newest stuff. There it is. But yeah, so it's not always been a particularly like bright spot of working on these projects per se, but you know, it he at least got around to getting me some eventually. But yeah, there's still more that I'm in need of, and not just me either, but like Charlie worked on all these as well, and Spy, well, for the Elden Ring guides at least. Spy didn't work on Horizon Forbidden West. He worked on the first Horizon book, but not the second one. All right. So yeah, that's that one done. I'm trying to think if there's any bosses that I killed that I didn't mark. Well, this would be one of them. Is there anything else? We did Bellerot Jail already. We've not done Rivermouth Cave yet. I'm gonna mark the hippos just so I don't. I already did mark the other ones, yeah. Just so I don't make the mistake of thinking I still can go kill them for a fragment. But yeah, we have yet to do Gaius and obviously Mesmer in terms of what remains in the Shadow Keep. But we're at level 15 now, which is definitely good. We could probably come back and do some more Graveside Plain stuff. Or maybe next time we'll start with doing some of the Cerulean Coast bits. But before I go there, I might stop at the cathedral so we can also do Ymir's questline and do the whole Finger Ruins and all that kind of shit. So, but yeah, I think that'll be for next time. The dragons are at least pretty easy to kill. Eventually we'll go up the mountain and kill Bale as well, and all the other dragons preceding Bale, which I'm sure will be challenging, but hopefully not too bad. I think we will probably not summon Egon as much as it's cool to do so. But obviously part of the challenge usually for consumables only is not using summons, so we'll see how it goes. Also, hey Red, good to see you. I hope you're doing well. I am about to about to wrap up here, but it's good to see you nevertheless. But yeah, I think that's everything that we've done so far. So it's kind of scattered still. We haven't really killed that many bosses yet, but that's kind of to be expected. Some of the fights are just sort of slow. Unless I'm forgetting to mark something, which is entirely possible. But we'll figure it out next time if I did. Anywho, I guess that's gonna do it for today. But yeah, I think tomorrow I should be able to stream, like I said. You could probably expect that to be the case anyway, unless, you know, just a bunch of shit comes up or something. So, yeah. I tell you what I'm going to do, y'all, since I am going to wrap it up here. I'm going to do a raid, because I don't get the chance to do that very often. I'm going to send y'all over to Alaska because I never get the chance to raid him, like, ever. He's not doing anything Elden Ring right now. He's actually opening Pokemon trading card packs, which is its own sort of fun. But if you're... A lot of you are probably familiar with Alaska, but if you're not, he's a really chill dude. Super nice to hang around, so if you don't mind, just say hey to him and all that. But yeah, y'all, thank you so much for hanging out with me today. I appreciate it very much as always. Hopefully I'll be on again tomorrow at the usual time. And we can continue this run, or I'll just swap over to doing Crypt Master so we can finish that up. It'll be one of the two, but we'll see what I'm feeling tomorrow. Either way, we'll be continuing this run soon, if not tomorrow. And then, yeah, hopefully I'm looking at, like, the last busy week of work, and then after that, I should be able to start doing some more streams again instead of just on the weekends. So I'm looking forward to that. But anyway, y'all, thank you again. Have a great rest of your day/night. Enjoy your weekend if I don't see you. Have a great next week if I don't see you. And, yeah, I will see you on the next one. All right, say hey to Alaska for me, and peace out, everybody. Bye-bye.